Well, hello ladies and gents, and welcome to the 15v15 November Clan Showdown Finals. I am being joined this time by Octo on the analyst desk. How are you doing today?
Very good. It's a good morning. I am ready to see these four matches today in the 15v15 format. The meta's been pretty interesting, so it should be a good watch.
Yeah, definitely. We could probably take a look at the bracket straight up to see what's coming for us today. And we have 4 teams in the winners bracket, all of those matches being BO7 and 2 later this day being BO5.
Yeah, so Penguin will be playing Aurora first in match 1. The loser of that will play CTR in match 3 in the lower bracket. Match 2 will be Goldfish and Envil. The loser of that will play against W in the lower bracket in match 4.
So I have to say we have the 4 most consistent teams in 15-15 for EU tournament. We have Penguins, Aurora, Envil, and W that is actually in the losers bracket, which is pretty surprising. We have to give a shout out to Goldfish that managed to finish first of their groups in the group stage, even though they are not very known as a team. What's your take on it?
I did actually watch the group stage match between Goldfish and W, and there was a lot of close games. I believe there was a battle on Fish Bay where the game ended with like 1 second left where they capped. So those teams are really close. Just unlucky, I guess.
So I guess this is going to be a very good challenge for them to face Envil straight up, one of the best teams we had, the teams that actually won the last 15v15 tournament against W in the finals. But we can probably take a look at the community predictions for the first match of the day, Penguins against Aurora. And actually the community going with Aurora 60%, 40%. What's your take on it?
Well, I would assume that Aurora is more well known on the European servers, so I feel like the community is going to go with that. I know that the casters' predictions might say otherwise, so we'll see how it actually turns out. Yep,
we also have some drops for the viewership for today. For tomorrow, you'll get the chance to get some pretty good stuff. As you can see, for today, you get some consumables and combat reserves, and tomorrow we have some mystery drops.
Yeah, so tomorrow you have a chance at getting the Streamline 2D style, the Red Desert 2D style, Boxing Kangaroo, 1 day of premium account, or 3 days, the T-34 85M, the SDA-2, and the Centurion Mark V.
So you have those tier 8 premium tanks that you will want to get mostly, and that's going to be for 4 hours of watching that we'll be covering tomorrow. But back to today, we have the winners bracket matches to cover the semifinals, each the first one being Penguins against Aurora. But just before going live, Octo, I think we want to hear what our casters have to say to fully introduce that match. Give us the pick and bounce. Please, Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome to the November 2023 Clan Showdown Tournament. I'm once again being joined here by beautiful Daki, and today we're indeed gonna watch a few crackers of a few matches. But that being said, first of all, I don't think the meta has fully settled yet. Since the nerfs of the 279s and Chieftains, some of the teams still seem to be struggling.
Yeah, it's becoming more and more 60TP heavy, actually. So we'll see if that trend continues. I've seen some interesting stuff. But yeah, in general, a lot of different things being played now as well compared to before. Fisherman's Bay, really the only map left where 279s are seen in force. Rest of that, we see a lot of 60TPs. 260s are coming quite well into it as well. A few Eskungs here and there. Overall, not a bad thing to see for us and for everybody at home. But between Aurora and Penguin, it's going to be an interesting one already. The analyst touched on it already, but W being bottom of the bracket, it's for later, but that's going to be interesting as well.
Yeah, exactly. W, a team, or rather a name that has been performing recently, both in 15v15 and 7v7 tournaments. Starting in the lower bracket, kind of unusual, but now that being said, though, first of all, let's take a look at the Penguins lineup under their captain of Q Little, but a lot of very, very old, very known names from back in the day. I mean, Positive, Crespix, 4CB, Iset, Lakina, Dries, Rambo, Diable, all of those names should ring a bell.
Yeah, they're kind of hit and miss, though, in 15v15. They won the tournament once, they also got second ones, but after that it was a bit more disappointing. Aurora, a little bit of the same now as well. Last tournament for them was a bit disappointing. They came in after winning the 15v15 tournament. They did not make it to the finals. It was W and Envil that made it there. So they're probably looking to prove themselves yet again as a team that is capable of winning this kind of a tournament.
Exactly. Aurora, a lot of very, very well-known names here, mostly a German team, German-speaking for sure, as we do head into the map pick and bans. Penguins opting to directly get rid of Sand River, the same being done for Himmelsdorf by Aurora. The first map that we are going to watch is going to be Murovanka, followed up by Prokhorovka. So two fairly open maps, but not really similar playstyles. Fisherman's Bay then taken out of the game. If we get to it, Live Oaks a possible map 3, and Cliff would be the tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker Cliff, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one all around. Muro's not a map that's fully settled either. IMO Prokhorovka is a good one for this meta because you can do anything from any side. Live Oaks, again, I don't think it has fully settled either with the rework of the city and A7 position and the south rework as well. So, good set of maps here between these two. I mean, it all depends on who comes in strong, right? Murovanka, already the first one. I think that's the most 1-1 map we have, IMO, because of the defense still being able to play a bit more defensive if they want to, and breaking a defensive stance on Muro is not the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Then Prokhorovka, I think, is going to be most likely the difference maker in between those both teams. As you said, there is a lot of stuff that you can do from either side, so I think that's the most volatile map we have in the pool for those two today. Live Oaks, for me personally, also I think is kind of a 1-1, but I don't know. If Proko goes 1-1 as well, then we might as well be headed for a tiebreaker here.
Yeah, it's for sure possible between these two that they're pretty evenly matched in this kind of game. But we have to see, though. I mean, group stage was one thing. Playoffs is a whole different kind of thing. And we see who's going to be prepared the most. So prediction-wise, 4-2, 4-2 for you and me, respectively. Insane and 4-3 for Penguins and Octo. Going for Aurora.
Yeah, Octo going for Aurora here. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Both of those teams did win tournaments in the past, so both of them definitely have got what it takes. Do they have what it takes today, though, is obviously the biggest question. I believe we're just about to head into that game, and then the first questions will already receive answers. Basically, how many of those 60 TPs that you mentioned are going to be in there? And I think there is also those interesting interactions in between tanks like 60 TPs and 279s, for example, where, yes, the 60 TP has a lot of alpha damage, but the rather lowish heat pen makes it so that even the nerf 279 can play a crucial role.
Yeah, I think it's around 320 for the 60 TP, but Aurora not bringing any of those too much, only 2 of those 60 TPs, double 279, double Skunk, a Chief, double EBR, 3 279s actually, and 5 260s.
And for the other side of Penguins, we have a much heavier lineup. Double EBR, we have a single STRV, 5 260s, a singular mouse, and then 6 60 TPs.
Yeah, if Aurora pushes into those 60 TPs when they're set up, it's going to hurt.
Definitely. Those alpha damage guns are going to be hurting. That being said, though, let's take a look at the initial splits that both teams are going to be employing here. We see Penguins in a very, very aggressive pink color here, sending a lot of tanks towards the forest, but overall, I think pretty balanced opening from them, and from Aurora that are going to be starting from north, which is going to be defending side. Pretty passive, I would say, to start off with.
Yeah, just across the A-line, don't want to get spotted initially by the EBRs going aggressive from Penguins. Good shot there on towards Alex from one of the 260s, I would say. And you can see 1-2. It's going to be a bit of a stalemate. 3 tanks there from Aurora in terms of combat, 5 for Penguins. But if we're looking at this 9-0 line setup, Kihan, I don't think this is something that is pushable by either side right now.
Yeah, we said it before. Those passive positions that can be taken on the 9-0 line, those hold down positions, it's pretty hard to push them. Yeah, possible trap, but the thing is here, like for Penguins, if Aurora chooses to not commit into the trap, then, you know, realistically, what are the Penguins going to do?
I mean, Aurora's just waiting there, you know. If you push 9-0 line, they will instantly repush back towards Scatter to try and take the fight there. Don't think most teams expected the tanks to be at A9, usually A7 and A0, where you see the Eskenkov rerolls. Shakefa here just angling up, spotting out 1-2. So it's a big commitment, though, for Aurora. Being at A9 also, of course, increases the rotation distance back towards 1-2. Now, if Penguins would decide to, instead of pushing 9-0 line, rotate over to 1-2 and push down it, there's going to be no way that Aurora will hold the 1-2 line, and then they'll have to make a quick rotation in the forest.
Yeah, exactly. We do see the Penguins now sending those 260s, as you mentioned, through the K line. I think they have the EBRs established deep enough to be sure that this rotation is not going to get spotted. This should ring some alarm bells for Aurora here. If they don't have any information whatsoever on any rotation, they can just get pushed anywhere at any time. That's going to be the biggest problem. But as I think Jekifa there on that 1-2 line in the 279 takes probably another one into the cupola, we do see that Penguins are halting their rotation towards the western side of the map, starting to turn around, starting to drive in towards those brutally dug-in hold-on tanks by Aurora.
Yeah, and it's, you know, first they were going towards 1-2, now they're going back towards 9-0 line. Aurora is still very happy with his time is running, so they are defending, so time going down is good for them. And it's also better for them if Penguins does a not full commit on 9-0 line, but unfortunately enough for Aurora, Penguins does look like they want to bring almost everybody, man. They have a 260 committed 1-2, a 60p behind him, even the mouse is coming 9-0 line. You can see that Aurora has 1, 2, 3, 4 combat tanks out if you count the guy at C6, who's not really going to contribute too much in the beginning. That's Timmy. Versus this very heavy lineup, even in a trap key hand, they could be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Penguins are looking to commit to what is essentially, I would say, a blind push here on that 9-0 line. But the thing is, those blind pushes, they can still work because what you're always banking on, what you're always assuming is that the enemy team is going to have a split of some sort. And then you just have to hope that the split is big enough that essentially you can overrun the forces that are stationed on this 9-0 line here. Is that going to be the case? That is a good question. We'll probably get the answer rather soon. That being said, though, the mouse not really getting committed on that 890 line as of yet. Rather, the mouse of Penguins rotating over towards the west.
Yeah, the mouse going back towards the west. They're not 100% decided on what they want to do by the looks of things. They're just sending up little first to push away Scatter. That HE damage does add up ever so slightly on towards any tank that the 60p does shoot at. He's just going to be screening for the rest of his team. You know, he's pushing up, the guy behind him is spotted, but they just want to pressure Scatter back so they can actually make the 9-0 push.
Yeah, Little is going to go close towards Scatter here, and obviously Scatter having a hard time with the unnerved Chieftain gun handling here, trying to hit the cupola, but the 60 TP obviously with that high alpha damage not going to be reliably hitting that Chieftain cupola either, as yeah, the observation device does get damaged, but no damage actually taken by Little here. But he is doing a good job of forcing Scatter down. That being said, though, he's on a timer here. He's not going to be able to keep up those trades forever.
No, but he is a 60p. Ooh. He has a lot of HP. Good shot there from Little, but takes 2 immediately back. It's okay, though, because the rest of his team is pushing unspotted behind him, and that is going to be the important factor.
Yeah, Nico Heinz there in that mouse now getting sent in towards the D4-5 position from which he should be able to provide crossfire if needed. Little now trying to keep screening Scatter in that Chieftain away, but now the push does actually get called and the March of the Elephants of Penguins is starting to hit.
Yeah, Scatter's going to be the first one. He won't live for too long. He gets blown up in that Chief, but now we have to see how does this trap work out. All the tanks shooting. Dry's dropping towards 800, and now Penguins knows what's up, knows what's happening. Alex falling in the EBR almost immediately on the outside. Does Aurora have enough tanks here to actually win this? They were the ones in the trap. They were expecting this beast. They're trying to drown rerolls. That's not going to be happening. He's actually getting focused out by everybody. He just falls. So that's good stuff for rerolls. Continues there to shut down the guns from Penguins. And so far, though, Kihan, it looks quite even. I'm not too sure, but that is a thing, though. Penguins has these big alpha 60 TPs in the fight still.
Yeah, Link there with a good pickup onto Clowns is probably not gonna live for long, though, down towards 221 as Diable now the next one to get focused out by the tanks of Aurora, but Penguins, they do still have the HP. They just need to get it into the fight. Keep in mind, though, there is an STRV that's not going to be contributing anything. Just as I say that, the Rambo from the sidelines coming in with that Swedish tank destroyer, Beauty Fruity, getting shot down, and this fight here is far from over, but it seems to me like Penguins is pulling ahead in that crucial HP department.
Yeah, that's a big issue there for Aurora. I mean, they have this trap, but still, it's not over just yet. Gihan, Reroll's still alive as well, doing the damage. I'm not too sure if they can clean it up. Yeah, well, they can, though. 4CB coming off to pick up Timmy as well. Just that superior number of guns and the alpha advantage there for Penguins is such a big difference.
Yeah, and the mouse there. Also, Nico Heinz, a huge factor, basically because the mouse was stationed there. This meant that the Aurora tanks that were on the other side of the map would have had to chew through all of those 3,500 HP to be able to have any kind of say in the matter. But like this, it's going to be Penguins to clear out the northeastern part of the map. Yes, Impact is trying to trade here against Nico Heinz, but we can already see Brainbreaker coming from the sidelines, putting one into the back of the S-Kong. It's going to be Lakina in the 60 TP to pick up Impact, and just like that, the team of Aurora that did have a trap set up just trapped themselves.
Trapped themselves, yeah. 60p versus 60p versus 260. Aurora just not having enough tanks there, and also losing that chief immediately for free. It's -1. You're already down a gun or two, and the push happens. And sure, like they're able to focus fire, but you know, with that big alpha of the 60p and the superior numbers of the guns, they were able to just win that trade. Even the SCRV from behind probably did a little bit of that as well. And Aurora just having more tanks out of the fire was the big difference maker there. They were hoping probably for like a bit more of a split push by Penguins, but Penguins taking almost everybody outside of what, like 2 tanks on 1-2 line?
Yeah, 2 tanks plus the mouse, but the mouse essentially contributed as well, I think. So good stuff here coming out from the Penguins here that do pick up a good round number 1 on Muravanka attack. Now they've got to do it on the defense, though.
Yeah, but it's a good start for them, though, and it's not good for Aurora when you think about it, because you have that trap set up specifically for this kind of play. And
yeah, the trap was set up, but it just wasn't enough firepower behind it, to be honest.
Yeah, but when you set up a trap like
factor.
this, it's made exactly for a 9-0 line push, and they push 9-0 line, and they still lose with it.
So, yeah, rough times here in game number 1 for the team of Aurora, and I think, yeah, honestly, the Penguins, they're going to be quite happy with how this round here turned out for them. And you can see for them, the 60 TPs here, those high alpha tanks just coming in crucial.
It's just better against the 260 there for that kind of engagement. I mean, it just really do be that way. I mean, Simon is the biggest damage dealer there. Rerolls from the rock position with the S-Kong. But you see how many shots it takes for him to do that damage. Like, if you then compare it to how much Vulcan Little had to hit to get to that number.
That's probably like 5 shots or 6 for Vuk. He doesn't need to do more than that.
It's like 5 shots for Little.
Yeah, there we go. And 5 shots for Vuk as well. I mean, yeah, maybe a bit of high rolling or setting on fire or something like that. But in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't even matter. And we can even see Rambo there with that STRV getting up close and personal. Able to get a bit of endgame damage, but like 3k, that's still a lot.
For CB, 3.7k damage in this game. It's very, very much for an EBR.
Yep.
On this map, compared to, for example, Alex, who was passive in a bush, he didn't contribute anything. He just instantly died. So that EBR, like, it was another combat tank for that kind of fight.
All right, so this now means that the German team of Aurora, after, yeah, a pretty devastating round number 1, is now going to be, maybe mentally resetting here. This is not how they wanted to start off the day for themselves. Then again, I mean, we have, you know, now raised the issues that Aurora has shown us. It is still the upper bracket, so either team dropping down here obviously has a safety net available. That being said, though, If you get into like that bad kind of mindset, like, yeah, nothing's working today, then we've seen teams drop down from the upper bracket, and
it's so early for that. Attack is I more favored because now with this kind of tank lineups, you are able on attack to bring a really, really heavy lineup. If you want to do something from def, it's not that easy. So you always have the advantage of kind of being able to hold every side at the same time.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see like a hard camp with like mouse in the corner, like we've seen before or in the past. I don't think any of those have recently succeeded, but it was always fun to see them get broken. That being said, though, I think we're just about ready to hop into round number 2 here in between Aurora and the Penguins. Aurora coming in with that WBR single STRV, 1 CS63 double S-Conk. We have 2279, 1 IS7, and 6 60 TPs.
Penguins, on the other hand, having the 660 TPs as well. The mouse, the 5 to 60s, the SCRV, and the double EBR. Still a lineup on defense that can go aggressive if they want to. They don't really have a tank for a 980 unless you put a 60p there, but that's not that good.
Yeah, especially those 5 to 60s here that Penguins is bringing on their defense. Those are going to be coming in handy for the rotations if they want to do it. Aurora, on the other hand, on their attack, sending a double 279 towards middle. A lot of the S-Kongs and IS-7s going towards the forest, as 4CB does not connect that HE shell into YOLO here. The EBRs exchanging spots, not finding a lot else, however.
No, but YOLO does spot out some of the 60 TPs pushing aggressive now. Alex taking a shot on his EBR. Link just pushing up. And Aurora, in the beginning, will get the info now from YOLO on the tanks committing on the 2 line. But it depends. What does Penguins do? Are they just taking the F line and trying to hold from there? Do they want to push past? Because there is still a lot of tanks for them in C1 that are currently unspotted.
Yeah, unspotted like all the tanks that are in B1 here currently. So Penguins on their defense opting to not go for a passive 9-0 line hold. Instead, taking a lot of aggressive positions early on this 1, 2, and 3 line. And remember, since the rework of the map, there's a lot of hold downs. However, if the enemy is actually in the middle of the map, like those 279s are right now, then you tend to get yourself into kind of crossfire. Rumbo here with that STRV, not entirely sure what he's doing there currently, but to be honest, he doesn't really need to do a whole lot when Aurora is being this passive early on. That being said, they still have over 8 minutes available to them, so maybe just trying to feel out what exactly Penguins is up to here, as Alexandros and Positive are exchanging proxy spots. Positive there doing, I think, a good job of denying any kind of information from Alex, who needs to be careful of the snipers in the back.
Yeah, but Positive has to be very careful as well. The moment that he gets pressured a little bit, they can peek, but the tanks behind, they're doing it now anyways, because he's trying to drive away. Impact is aiming, Destroyer is aiming as well, so that's the issue there. As soon as they pressure up a little bit to him, he could take a lot of damage, but so far so good for Positive.
Yeah, so far, so good, as we see the trades here on the 1-2 line being attempted by the side of Penguins as well. And to be honest, so far they've been favoring them. Old Kings and Jakov are both in those 279s, I believe, and 60 TPs respectively on 1-2 line and in the middle have taken damage. And now, finally, Aurora starting to make a first move here. First aggressive one, that is, with the IS-7 getting sent up to basically do what we saw the 60 TP do last round, basically screen it. And Brainbreaker there, not paying attention, down to half.
Not paying attention, indeed. And that is minus half his HP for that on the 260. That's pretty good for Aurora. What moment do you think Gihan is the trigger here for Penguin to push down 1-2?
I think as soon as they see more than just the IS-7 getting committed, but maybe they will preemptively just push now, simply because Brainbreaker has lost so much HP and needs to take a passive one now. I mean, he's honestly, after losing so much HP, I think he's doing a good reaction of just, defaulting back to A0, where he should be kind of safe until he gets overpushed and enables the 60 TP to get at least like 2 or 3 shots even out. But Aurora, I think they're also sort of, second guessing themselves because they realize they are kind of split. Yes, they do have the STRB as backup in like K3 to farm onto the push there, but not sure that's going to be enough. Instead, Ricochet here in that 60 TP is also getting sent towards the forest for Aurora, but the big problem here for Aurora that I see in the forest is that all the tanks that they will be committing to the push are kind of slow and they're not really pushing into, a lot.
Yeah, time ID comment. The most important factor for me right now is time. Aurora is very, very slow at this moment in time. Link actually spots out Brain Breaker. Baron is actually just kind of peeking. I think Link is trying to figure out if there's tanks at A7 and A8 that are going to shoot him. Alex is even sneaking up to try and get a spot on towards them. But so far, this is, I would say from Aurora, it's good, but it's a bit slow. Like they're figuring out that there's probably not too much in this part of the map. And big shot there from Baron. And they're going to probably clear it. And they still have a decent 1-2 line defense, but the thing is, Penguin may not even go for that. They may just be like, we turtle for 5 minutes. It might be possible.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Another shot into Brainbreaker could end his game prematurely here. But, Baron now being sent up. Lakina still has not opened fire, so they don't know how much, or if anything at all, is in that situation. And, Brainbreaker now going down towards 21 HP. That would be an HE one-shot, as Alexandros does pick it up, probably with HE, and there we go. That was the trigger that Penguins wanted or needed. The 1-2 line push coming into full effect.
Yeah, but you would have wanted Lakiner to run away at that point, I would say, that 60 TP. Sure, it's a bit risky, but like now it's just another tank for the boys from Aurora to pick up on the way towards the cap. I mean, Rambo is covering, but still, that 60 TP is going to be a bit of a freebie. Already taking damage, some good shots coming out from the STR Vito. But here comes the 1-2 push, but the 1-2 push is going to be going into double 60 TP, a CS and an STRV. If Penguins can clear this, though, they have an opportunity to make this work. It all depends on how much damage Aurora does. Lakiner falling as predicted, and the push on the A-line just continuing, and now the 260 are driving down. Already one of them dropping to Kalium in the CS. Beast now, the next one on the chopping board for Aurora. They're up 7,000 HP, and it's still gonna cost a lot for Penguins to clear this. Kalium backing off, taking a lot of damage. Magnus arriving as well on the 279 up front, and this is disaster waiting to happen for Penguin. They're probably just trying to hold this because they're not going to win K4.
Yeah, exactly. K4 instead. Probably going to go the way of Aurora as the 60 TP start peeking here. Neko Hines just getting shredded in between that 279, that 60 TP, and the SRV farming from the back lines. Yes, Direwolf does get an Ignite somewhere else on the map, but Neko Hines probably not going to be in this game here for long, as the train in north for Aurora just keeps on rolling here. The S-Kongs, the 60 TP, all of those hold-down tanks very, very close at C6, as K4 does seem to get held and cleared by the tanks of Aurora that could still be committing that CS if they needed to.
They could indeed do that if they wanted to, but it's already over. I mean, look at how much is left. There's 14 tanks left for Aurora versus just 5 of Penguins. And yeah, Aurora did a good job at figuring out that 9-0 line was pretty free and left appropriate forces on 1-2 line to deal with this, well, expected push.
Yeah, in the end, Penguins, I think, with a very, very slow game here, with a slow reaction on the 1-2 line, but you have to wonder if, even if it does come before the push hits in the forest by Aurora, I mean, they still get just torn asunder completely.
The only option there, hindsight is 2020, right? But if we're looking at this, what happened and what was possible, the only thing that they could have done is re-push across the A-line. Bring the 260s back when Lakiner was still alive and pull on Aurora, you know? Do an A-line push that nobody expects and push back across on towards A6. And then with 5 minutes left, they could probably clear A6 because Aurora wouldn't really expect it anymore. They were very ready for 1-2. What were they not really ready for? A-line. Like, take all those 260s, take the double EBR, and push back across the A-line. Aurora pushed like 5, 6 tanks, I think, maybe 7. They could win it.
They could, but like this, they just got completely slaughtered here. And just like this, we're also being left with a 1-1 here on Muravanka. Kind of expected, to be honest. But then again, now we're headed into Prokhorovka, the map that we said before the start of the match. Might be the difference maker here. In towards the map pick and bans once again. Here we do see, Moravanka getting split. Now it's on towards Prokhorovka. Historically speaking, I think a map on which Aurora especially has shown night and day when it comes to performances.
Yeah, when I think of Aurora and Prokhorovka, I don't actually have the most amount of faith. I don't know why.
Yeah, they have historically been, I think it's fair to say, experimenting on it. Some of those experiments have gone well, others have not.
When I think of Penguins, though...
Yeah, they... Actually, they haven't left the biggest impression on Prokhorovka to me. I think they had a couple good strategies, but then again, I think they met Envil a lot, and that meant them just, sometimes not having the best end of it, simply because Envil is such a great Prokhorovka team, just like Envil is a great team on seemingly almost any map that they pick up and play. But yeah, I think both teams are kind of happy with the round that they got, because it was a very convincing one, and they probably don't want to think too much about the one that they lost because they didn't look too good there. I think a deserved 1-1 for the time being. Now we just have to see which one is going to be able to pull ahead. And you said it, man. Aurora, Prokhorovka,
Let's say before that Moro was probably the most likely 1-1 map, though, which proven to be true yet again. Prokhorovka coming in. That is not the case on Proko AMO. Proko is definitely a map that can result in a 2-0 either side. So, and if you then think about Live Oaks, we could say that Live Oaks potentially lends itself a bit towards a 1-1, right? So, for either of these teams, picking this up 2-0 is the best case scenario that they want to go for, then moving into Live Oaks to avoid that tiebreaker potential.
Yeah, exactly. And
what
the
was
first
the
thing...
again?
Cliff.
Okay, if it goes to tiebreaker, Aurora loses.
All right. There you go, guys. He said it. First of all, though, obviously, it's going to be the first round of Prokhorovka. And if you want to pick a map up 2-0, then you got to start with the first round and pick that one up first. I believe we're almost ready to hop into it here, to get nitty-gritty, to get into the action in between Aurora and Penguins. So far, I would say evenly matched, but that might be about to change. We'll have to wait and see. Aurora coming into this one, bringing a double EBR, a singular STRV, a double Badger. Then they have triple 279, one mouse, and the rest is 6 907s.
That is an interesting setup. Penguins, on the other hand, triple 60TP, mouse, 4 260s in E5, double 907, double STRV, and double EBR. Double STRV, pretty good against 907 pushes, though.
So yeah, if I had to choose from those setups alone, I wouldn't know who was going to be defending at that point in time. But obviously the double Badger here going to be just that tiny little bit heavier. Interestingly, also, the Badger able to overmatch STRVs if it comes to it. Little side note for later, as we do see Positive and Alexandros in the middle exchanging spots. Alexandros there getting the slight advantage of also finding a double 9-0 and a few 260s, mouses as well getting spotted. So a lot of information gained by the defending team, by Aurora, especially those 260s crossing over towards the 9-0 line is a lot of info early on.
Yeah, that was a really good spotting run there. Getting all that info, like you said, the 907 spotted, the Hills spotted. The question is, does Penguins continue from there? Because it would be weird if they did that. They're just really sending Beauty Fruity to clear front. And Aurora, though, bringing all those 907s towards the hill. But right now, they don't have an opportunity to push that, though. They're just holding the trap. And Jakefa taking a big shot there. I think... Who would that be? It was a 60 TP. Because it was 700s. That would have been from the middle somehow.
Could have been from the middle, or it was just 2 simultaneous shots from other tanks as they are starting to force down that 279. The Badger here, Old Kings, is going to make a cozy position in the A1 corner. That being said, though, 1-2 line still kind of weak here for the side of Aurora. Even the mouse being sent up through the water in the 9-0 line here for the German team here.
A German in a mouse.
Yeah, Baron probably was like, hey, guys, E100 doesn't cut it anymore. I need something.
Whoa! What is this EBR in C4, dude? Hold up, dude. He's spotted, by the way.
What the actual positive? I mean, YOLO is getting peaked now, though, by 4CB and Vuk here in that 60 TP. YOLO driving in here, missing with his HE shell, though. That means positive is going to have to reload, but... Oh, rerolls there, saves it with that 279. Meanwhile, though, 9-0 line push coming in by the Penguins, but what are they driving into? This is a madhouse. This is a slaughter.
Yeah, this is all over the place right now, but this push, Aurora with another trap, this one, on the other hand, delivering, though, as they find these 260s in no man's land, pushing down. Nico Heinz even in the mouse, in the open for the SCRV, Beauty Fruity falling, Ice falling, Beast next, and they haven't even killed the mouse yet, and as soon as this round has started, as soon as it's basically over.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that play by Positive in that EBR, but we're also gonna have to talk about the Penguins that upon getting spotted at the start of the battle never ever readjusted, just waited a bit, did a delayed push into a trap and completely got obliterated.
Yeah, I mean normally when it's weird because when you have the EBR that aggressive, like he actually managed to take C4, C5, and you have him that aggressive, you rotate and you pressure the 5 line early because then you have complete map split. And then you know that Aurora will have to react. We've seen Envil do it as well. You can take all the way to A6, right? And once you do that, it's split map. And if they repush A6, they all die. So it's weird that when Positive took that super aggressive position, that they didn't do anything with it.
I mean, he also got there unspotted at first. So, yeah, it's all over the place, I think, is the best way how to characterize this game that we just saw. Obviously, Aurora now cleaning up the remainders of the Penguins lineup, but I think as soon as Penguins actually committed with the EBR and towards 9-0 line, it just was completely over because Aurora was more than ready. I think what Aurora did well here is that they didn't second guess themselves, but I think it was actually more of the Penguins giving this round away and Aurora then just doing a good job of exploiting the mistakes.
15-0, by the way.
Yeah, GG go next.
We went from, what was it, 15-1 in the last game to 15-0? It feels like my average random battle session.
But the battles are longer, right?
I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
All right, 2-1 though. The score line in between Aurora and Penguins, and yeah, kind of a weird one. I think as the viewer as well, you're kind of able to make out the confusion in my voice and Ducky's voice because we're just not entirely sure what to make of this last round. Like some of it. Like, obviously, we see everything, we know everything, but even with incomplete information, the decisions that were taken were kind of weird to me.
Yeah, especially because the info was given in the beginning, right? So Aurora could just sit in the trap if they wanted to. If Penguins waited a bit longer or rotated, then it would be different because then Aurora has to start second-guessing themselves, right?
Yeah, exactly. They have to respect the fact that the 260s can rotate. Well, they didn't, and they just got completely wrecked on that 9-0 line. I mean, obviously, the fact that Positive gets committed in like that doesn't, help either. But I think you're still able to come back from losing an ABR, but I don't think you're able to come back from losing 5 to 60s.
No, It was over. It was more than 5-60s. It was 5-60s and 907s and a mouse that were all committed. So
Yeah.
I mean, at least Aurora traps have 50% success rate so far.
I mean, they keep baiting someone with it. It's just the question, are they baiting themselves or the opponent's team? And here, they did actually manage to completely catch, the team of the Penguins off guard here. 15-0. If that scoreline happens, it wasn't down to individual plays. It was just something on a tactical level that went so abhorrently wrong that, no individual plays in the world could have saved this one.
I could have. If I was in a CGC, could have been like 7 tanks. And bring it back. Did you guys also know that the only tank Kihan was allowed to play in Clan Wars was the CGC? An RD player. That is Kihan.
I mean, sometimes you have to have the key players on
how he
the
doesn't even
oversight
deny it?
positions.
Because it's true.
I actually still have the purple modules on it. I never took them off, just for old time's sake. But I at least, sometimes I look at it in the garage and I reminisce the font times.
Font times? What?
Back when
just
double
keeps getting
CGC
worse,
was a
man.
meta pick on Cliff.
Map guides. Reminiscing the good old days when he was playing ID. What are we gonna do with you, man?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. We'll have to see about that one, just as we will see about how this match is going to progress. Because, Murovanka, I would say fair 1-1 split, but man, that first Prokhorovka round, if you're Penguins, you're going to be feeling that one.
If you're Penguins, yeah, that is 2 bad rounds in a row, right? You have the Muro round, okay. Now you have this one, okay. You have one more of those, and it's match point.
So now, Aurora coming into their offense and doing so with a singular EBR double STRV, a 1-2-1B double S-Conk, and the rest is going to be something that feels like 9-60s. Very offensive lineup.
Yeah, 9-60s, and then Penguins has a different play in mind. 160 TP, 4 A7s, double 279, double S-Conk, 1 907, 1 Pancher, double SCRV, double EBR. Can we go back to the Chief meta already?
It's fair to say, I think, that Penguins want to park the bus here. On the other side, Aurora are going to be sending a lot of their forces, mainly a lot of 260s together with the 1-2-1B and the SRV towards the 9-0 line. Alexandra's there trying to get a good spot onto the enemy EBR. Takes 1, takes 2, though, in turn as well. So both teams with good punish on towards the respective EBRs that made the jump over towards the middle.
So both EBRs are getting punished. Positive getting punished a little bit on 1-2 as well. But, it's worse for Aurora, though, Kian, because they only have 1 EBR. So Alex being low is already a bit of an issue for them. And 4CB might still get the spot here on the 260s committing. If it's a blind commit here, I think it's going to be really, really rough for Aurora to win this. 4CB gets spotted out now. He's escaping. He does get all the 260 spotted, though. But that is 4 IS-7s on 0 line, Kian.
That is indeed 4 IS-7s, and they're getting collapsed upon by a lot more 260s. We can see Kalium trying to get the ram onto Little, as Ricochet, the first one to get committed in, is probably going to be the first one out, as Baron in that 260 dies as well. Quick double kill coming out from the Penguins here. The IS-7 so far surviving, finally the first one down.
Yeah, but it's looking rather bad for Aurora. That's IS-7s, Kian. You can't ram them. They have a lot of HP, and they have a lot of things behind the double S-Kung, the STRV, even the 907 and the I-7s themselves doing the damage. Aurora goes for this commitment here when yet again they should have bailed. A similar story to what we saw with Penguins as well. And it's just like, okay, Catch has climbed up, Kihan, but he's still getting shot by IS-7s even on that point. And now the repush is coming in already by Dries, by the 907. Catcher just blows up because there's nowhere to go. And yet again, this commitment down line 0 line just getting shut down and this one probably even in a harsher fashion than the one that Penguins did, because Aurora just even committed more tanks.
Yeah, Penguins here with that quick no you, saying, Aurora, hey, if you can pull a 909 trap, well, so can we. Absolute brutal shutdown here onto that 9-0 line push. It seemed like there was a point in time at which I thought maybe there was an ample amount of tanks to just crush the IS-7s, but the fact that Penguins just had, you know, double STRV available just melted that push here. From the side of Aurora, just completely tore it apart. I mean, rerolls here, yeah, with a good pickup onto that EBR, but it's not gonna matter here, most likely. I mean, the fact remains, Penguins, they still have one EBR left. This is going to be the playmaker. Oh, 45 HP. If the STRV gets the pickup, okay. Maybe I spoke too soon, but normally Penguins should have this.
I mean... Penguins trying to, you know, close the kill out, what we would call it. You know, they're trying to finish the game, and they're throwing a little bit of tanks away. But Aurora doesn't have an EBR. A lot of their HP is on that STRV of Old Kings and Magnus. Those two carry all the HP. So finding a way in here, Kihan, is not that easy.
I mean, then again... Penguins, they are still defending. That means if at any point in time something starts going, horrendously wrong, then they can just sit back, relax, and let the other team come. Which is, I think, what they're doing now. They were like, hey, guys, we're starting to throw. Let's not do this. And... now, all of a sudden, the pressure is on again for the side of Aurora that still have, like, a bit less than 6 minutes to decide how to pick up the shards from a game where essentially all of their, like, 8 out of the 9 260s just got thrown into the gutter.
They're just not going to do anything anymore, Penguins. I think they've realized that maybe they should chill a little bit, you know? Scatter could slowly kill these guys, but the issue is he doesn't have the HP for it.
Yeah, they simply don't have the HP remaining. I think so. Either the fact also that one of the STRBs is still full HP and that tank cannot really, you know, contribute its HP effectively into a shootout. Also the fact that I think Penguins are now starting to send a lot more tanks over 9-0 line, and yeah, that double S-Kong in the middle by the team of Aurora, it's just so immobile. Yes, the S-Kongs have great guns, great DPM, great everything, but what they don't have is the mobility, and what they don't have is also the armor to withstand, like, as soon as they get surrounded, it's over for them. I think Penguins is doing a good job of methodically just, you know, equalizing the scoreline here. I mean, yeah, normally the one... Yep. But yeah, we'll...
Everything should be good, Kian. It's all good. They can't really do much, though. Like, if they still had an EBR, maybe, but now look how Old King is moving through the bushes. I mean, the moment he gets spotted is also the moment he dies.
I mean, yeah, we seem to be having a slight problem with the feed currently, but obviously the fact remains that Aurora, they just are the ones that need to make something happen here. As we do seem to be going on towards the backup feed, that means once again it's going to be me observing here as Old Kings in the STRV is going to be driving down that 1-2 line.
Yeah, and everything seems to be working just fine again, though. We're back. Nothing much has changed in the meantime. I mean, Aurora is still trying, but they just don't have the number of the guns. I mean, they did find Beast in the meantime, in that 279. And now, you know, Old Kings is moving in as a spotter, but Okay, Diavol does get spotted in the corner. He just knocked over that 3. Old Kings did spot him for this, if they could find the kill on him. But
Yeah, but like, who is supposed to shoot? Like, if Old Kings shoots, he dies. Oh, there we go. Old Kings with the shot, and immediately absolute retaliation coming out here, down towards 8 HP, trying to do one more blind. Doesn't even connect that one, just dies for free. Shut up and shut down is Old Kings, and this just leaves the Penguins as the smiling victors of a pretty chaotic, but in the end, very clear round number 4.
yeah, the inevitable end of this round. I mean, they did throw a little bit, right? But they had so much extra that it doesn't really matter for them. They were like, once positive thing died, they were like, okay, let's just stop, chill. And they could see that Aurora just, you know, has no way back in. They would need a light to have an opportunity, somebody that can sneak down the bushes like Old Kings did, you know, and outspot everybody. But even then, Kihand, how do you kill the Badger at the A2?
Yeah, no.
Imagine they had a light and Ice is sitting at A2 behind that holdout. Who's gonna pen him?
No one. I mean, maybe the SJV, like, I don't know, 3 out of 10 shots, or 2 out of 10 shots in the superstructure, but I think with the pen loss that the APCR has, even that is questionable. And now I sit here with a interesting move, but I don't think that it's going to matter much, as YOLO in the
British?
1-to-1... Huh?
Did Ice turn British?
Why is that?
I don't know. It's an insider. It's an insider joke.
Okay.
He
I guess
obviously
I am...
didn't watch your map guide video. Wait, so making a power play.
Yeah, I mean, he does shorten the game here, I believe. At the end of the day, that's what he wants to do. Rumbo now driving in. They're gonna try to get rerolls out of the game, and then Impact is gonna get cleaned up. That means Penguins, after some diversions, after content extension, are gonna be the ones to be picking up round number 4. This is going to equalize the scoreline 2-2. I still can't make out a clear favorite here in between both of those teams. But now, as we're going to go to Live Oaks, that probably means, like, Cliff tiebreaker, and you already called what happens on Cliff.
Aurora loses if it goes to
like,
Cliff.
the script has already been written, guys.
Everything, Kian's scripting everything nowadays.
Mm.
He thinks everything's a map guide video.
All right, I mean... Yeah, the damage number is not really a big factor in this, because obviously, like, the 260s getting committed straight in, they're not going to be having a good time. And yeah, I mean, Scatter, Magnus, 11k damage between them, but it just doesn't matter. Positive there once again with kind of weird plays in that EBR, but as long as your team wins the round, right? Can maybe overlook what happened there.
It's a little. He plays a little bit like Yuki and.
I mean, if I don't know what I'm doing, then the
How is
enemy can't
anybody
either.
else? Exactly. That's why random EBRs are the hardest to hit, because they don't know what way they're gonna turn, so you can't predict it either.
Exactly. Perfect summary, I would say.
Not even joking, by the way. Like the random EBR is harder to hit than a pro EBR.
All right, that being said, though, we called it already. Moravanka and Prokhorovka both getting split 1-1 each. This means that we're going to be headed over towards Live Oaks. And honestly, Live Oaks, for me personally, like, rework or not, kind of a 1-1 map as well.
But which base are you favoring? Like, which base do you think is the preferred one? Def or attack, then?
I mean, northeast for me would probably be the preferred one. Especially since the city changes, because you can't really push, like, over north from southwest anymore.
I mean, but the 6th position, sure.
Yeah.
Sure, but I think there's ways around that. I think it's closer now than it was before, though. Even with the swapped sides, because we made northeast defense to balance out the map a little bit more and competitive. Now with that A6 position, it's a bit closer even in terms of what side, but I still prefer bottom left, personally.
I mean, the question is also always like down to openings of the respective teams. Like there used to be a meta in which Southeast, so basically the like the ridge lines there would get contested a lot by both teams. I think that has mostly been replaced by like a lot of teams putting a lot of emphasis, a lot of effort into winning the city early, getting crossfire positions there, and then just snowballing it out. I do concur with what you said earlier, though. I think some of the teams haven't properly, or many teams may not have properly adjusted yet to the changes that the map has seen. So, for example, from bottom left, you can now get into the city way easier with taking a lot less damage. So you have safe routes, but as soon as you have to cross those streets, that is actually where the shots are going to be starting to hit if the enemy has tanks there as well. That being said, though, 2-2. So we're going to get 2 rounds on Live Oaks here in between Aurora and Penguins. So I think it's time to take a look at the lineups for round number 1. And Aurora with a very push-heavy lineup, bringing double EBR, double STRV, double 279, and once again, 9 260s.
Penguins, on the other hand, though, a lot heavier. 5 S-Kongs, triple 907, an EBR, a 279, and 5 60 TPs. So in terms of like heavy, hold down, and alpha, it's all Penguins.
Yeah, definitely. Penguins, just like in their first round on Muravanka, which they ended up taking, trusting in the brawling power of that Polish powerhouse, of that 60 TP here with a brutal 750 alpha. And going to be sending everyone towards the 9-0 line that I mentioned. Obviously, with this many tanks, with hull down potential and gun depression, that is a very sensible thing to do. 4CB, in turn, is going to be spotting out the EBR, went through the inside, so he's able to immediately get close towards YOLO. That did miss with his shot, but yeah, the HE shell not penetrating either into that EBR. Those are some very, very aggressive plays by 4CB here. But I don't think he connected the next shot into the EBR. Now needs to be careful because there's actually 260s, one of them connecting.
Yeah, 4CB doing a good job though, playing aggro, getting some info. A bit unlucky that his HE shell didn't pen against YOLO, could have been a lot lower. But Penguins in the beginning just pressuring 9-0 line. It's one of those split defenses. Rambo now in the 279 trying to get across. He might actually take some damage for this though, because Alex went very, very aggressive in the beginning. 1 shot taken, 2 shots taken. Any more coming out, or is Rambo going to be okay? He's okay right now.
Yeah, Rambo gonna be making himself cozy behind this house here. And as long as, the HE shots starting to rain in, but as long as Aurora don't take a lot more angles or bring a lot of guns to fire HE at that 279, he should be okay. He should be good, as a triple 60 TP does get rotated back over towards the northeastern part of the map here, just to ensure that basically the A-line push that is very, very much in the cards for the team of Aurora would be met with some kind of resistance by meaty alpha guns.
Yeah, and they're retaking the position. It's been a while since we've seen this split though, like this kind of camp on 9-0 line. Envil getting punished there a bit. Baron taking that forward position at A6. That's good from him. I don't know if I like this hand, personally.
I mean, Penguins here with a rather passive hold, but I think the thing that's, still going for them is that they aren't, like, spread too thin, I don't think. Like, yes, they have people in A0. Yes, they have 1 tank even in K0, but the majority of their tanks is actually just here, sniping on that ridgeline and ready to relocate to wherever the push by Aurora is going to hit. So for Aurora, first of all, they need to get rid of that pesky 279. They need to, if they can, get rid of 4CB as well, although they probably don't know where he is. And for Penguins, I think they should just stop peeking this. On the other hand here, new positions getting taken by the tanks of Aurora, by that double 260 plus the SRV. They're going to be raining some more HE towards Rambo, hoping maybe even for some, criticals. We already saw the Amarak getting damaged earlier. in that 279, but essentially they need some kind of crossfire on towards the 279 to effectively remove him from the game. Because, like, yes, they still have 6.5 minutes left here to finish it off, but, you know, time is ticking.
Time is ticking indeed, but Aurora is still currently too split to make any decisive move. They're trying to find Rambo slowly, and they are able to do that. When he falls, they'll at least be able to establish the EVR in a forward position, but they haven't really decided yet what side they want to push.
I don't think so either. Good shot into Rambo, though, once again. So slowly but surely, that 279 getting eliminated here. YOLO and 4CB, they are staring off in a Mexican standoff that I don't think either of them realizes they're really in here. I think they should, at this range, be able to spot each other. Judging by the minimap, that's like less than 300 meters, I would say. Rambo here taking another shot into the back, though. It seems that finally the tanks of Aurora have found crossfire positions. Now the HE is probably going to be enough to finish him off down towards 4 HP. Alexandros with the EBR to pick it up. The score in the kill department, 1 for Aurora, 0 for Penguins.
Yeah, and now the rotation towards the south, though. I mean, 4CB is still in a bush to spot something, but the south bush is actually pretty good for Penguins. So if you look at the amount of tanks available in that area of the map, if 4CB spots them, he spotted. That's actually good for Aurora, though.
So 4CB spotting out the triple 260 here by Impact Link, and actually double 260, 1279 rerolls there. And now the peak's starting to come through by the Penguins players. They want to punish this, but they aren't really able to. But the triple 907 cheeky hit squad by Penguins getting sent around here. Brainbreaker, though, in that S-Conk, taking some damage. And Baron, on the other hand, I think he was in the A6 position, simply falling. YOLO getting committed in that EBR. Are the overpeaks by Penguins going to come in is the question. Indeed, that happens. YOLO having to evacuate below the bridge, but he runs into the arms of the waiting 907s. YOLO just down and out, and 4CB still alive, still unspotted.
Still alive, still unspotted. YOLO going for the play there, but this is kind of getting red now, and they're already taking a lot of damage on this outside position. Somehow Baron fell as well, by the way. I'm not too sure about that, how that happened, but you can see this outside play and how much damage they're taking. And these 907s just facing off against Kalium there on the south side. They will probably push forward, or are they gonna stay? They're undecided right now, but look at the rotation though, Kihan. The rest of the team arriving now. I mean, surely Nico Heinz is low HP, but Benzo, Impact, Link, Jakefa, they don't really have anywhere to go. They don't really have anything to do. They're just getting crossfire between the Eskungs and the 60 TPs that are now starting to arrive. Sure, the Penguins HP isn't great anymore, but the bigger issue for Penguins is this A-line push though.
Yeah, the A-line push not really gaining traction as of yet. Finally, rerolls and Magnus coming close here. Good shot by Beast into that 907. Retaliation coming through, though. And I think now the Penguins that are trailing in HP are starting to decide that they need to do something. They want to collapse on towards those 260s that are below the bridge, but they are either dead or have evacuated already. Jakafar here, very, very close, but doesn't know about 4CB. He has to face off against double 907. So far doing a good job of tanking here, doing a good job of denying the DPM of those medium tanks.
Denying the DPM of those medium tanks, but still though, Aurora has the HP advantage back, and I still think that the 60 TP A-line push was a mistake altogether.
So currently the total HP 19,000 here for Aurora that do find a pickup in the city here. Destroyer there with a pickup onto one of those 60 TPs, but now Ricochet coming in, bouncing one, not bouncing the second, but obviously those big alpha guns, if they start bouncing their shots, that means the DPM that's already not great, just completely taken out of the picture. So the triple 60 TP push by Penguins in towards the city is going to meet a disastrous end, as they're just gonna get cleaned up, and the problems don't end for Penguins there. In the southeastern part of the map, you can see that they aren't able to find those overpushes either. Reroll still very, very healthy. Magnus completely full HP, and yes, they do still have a lot of guns here, but as soon as they start losing position after position, this is going to spell the end for a lot of those low HP tanks. But Penguins, they are doing a wondrous job of keeping those one-shots into the game. For how much longer is the question.
For not too much longer. Yeah, that A-line push, getting punished, getting beaten, getting bruised. but also the style trade's not that great at the end of the day.
Ooh, not sure I'm the biggest fan of the cap play here. If Penguins get those resets, that could be a disaster as well for the team of Aurora that are probably not going to find 4CB in time, though, all things considered. But the guns, they just start dropping here. Nico Heinz getting a return kill onto Ricochet here, but we can see Beauty Fruity there getting killed. Impact might even be proxying the Pescus EBR in the lower side here that has been doing a good job of gaining information for Aurora, but as his team crumbles around him, 4CB finally does start making a move, but with 10 seconds on the clock, not even sure he can make it back in time.
Don't think so. He's also spotted Okihan. Like, the odds of him making it all the way back to the cap are very low. He doesn't even make it on time, and it's going to be Penguins losing out here. And it looked like they were doing okay at some point in this battle, right? When Aurora started pushing across the HJ line. But then everything really falling to pieces for them.
Yeah, although, like, a lot of weird things happening on either side. I would also like to question, like, how Baron died in the 260
That I
there.
do not know, actually. I think he peaked against the 60 TPs.
Yeah, but, like, the way that he was shown at the end, like, his tank was kind of safe again. So I wonder if, like, they got, I don't know, 3 lucky Cupola shots in a row or something like that. But normally...
That's unlikely.
Highly, absolutely unlikely. But, like, he needs to take the damage somehow to die. So, I don't know. But at the end of a very dirty, of a very messy round, regardless, the score is going to be 3-2 in favor of Aurora, that pick up the first round in this match that seemed shaky. Like, so far, every single time the teams picked up a round, it was like, yeah, absolutely deserved. But here, it was a struggle. It was a back and forth with both teams, I would say, the ability to improve the gameplay up on watching their replays. I think that's a fair thing to say. But, yeah, the better end for Aurora here. And for the team of Penguins, they're now going to be faced with that tiebreaker, with that match point that they're going to have to defend. And if they manage to do that, it's going to be tiebreaker. But obviously, Aurora, they want to finish this one off in regular time.
Yeah, of course. Then that was a good recovery from Aurora there. I don't know if it was as good of a recovery as I think it was a bit of throws from Penguins there. Can we say that? I think that's fair. I think mid-game, Aurora was losing out again. Could have lost the round even. But our local tourists on the airline also went on an adventure. They wanted to go on a trip to China, I guess. And it was an A1. That was something, though. Like Barona's dead, but the turtle should stay in the turtle. The moment it thinks that's a rabbit, it gets kind of shut down. If those 3 tanks are still on HP at A0, would they win? I don't know. They made really bad trades in the south as well, but it would be closer for sure, because we saw at the end of the day that Aurora was still struggling a little bit with the time, right? And they would still have to get everybody to die, so that means they would have to push. Now with those 3 tanks dead, they didn't really have to do anything in the south anymore, just hold.
Yeah, exactly. So once again, I think around the sort of Penguin gave away. I think at one time they just lost their cool, right? Because I think what may have happened there was that in the southeast it was being called like, hey, we're losing here. We need to do something in the north. And probably the 60T in the north was like, well, we just killed Baron. Maybe we could get something done, all right? It doesn't seem like the worst play in the world. But then they started driving out in towards the open, completely got slaughtered. And at that point in time, yeah, I mean... the fact is also that basically, as long as Penguin, in that eastern part of the map, at the red line, as long as they still have an area where they can safely retreat all of their one-shots to, that is still DPM, effective DPM in the fight, that Aurora hasn't removed yet, and that is scary to push into. But as soon as that safe space, that safe area to retreat to is gone, and basically with the 60 TP in the north, dying like that, that means the angles are there to control that those safe positions. That is just where it falls apart for them.
What are we thinking, Key? Tiebreaker or Aurora takes it?
So personally, I'm feeling a tiebreaker. That
Me
means
too.
you're feeling a Penguins victory.
Yes, I stand by it. I think if it comes down to Cliff, it's Penguins. I don't know why.
All right. So I guess we're going to be finding out rather soon here if the Penguins are going to be able to bring it towards a tiebreaker or if Aurora are going to do it in regular time. Round number 6 in between Aurora and Penguins, and Aurora coming into this one with double EBR, double STRV, a singular Chieftain. We have triple 60 TP and what seems like 7 260s.
Penguins on the other hand, oh Jesus. 10 60 TPs, 2 907s, a Jagdpanzer, an SCRV, and an EBI.
Yeah, Panzer.
Okay, like one-dimensional lineups like this could be great, but they can also be the worst thing ever, though.
I mean, so it's either gonna work or not. So it's a 50, right, with those 60 TPs. But yeah, Penguins having a very, very slow lineup means that Aurora. They need to do a good job utilizing the mobility of the 260s here to generate map control, to just have more combat tanks in the fight here without getting caught out. Positive, obviously, with those 420 heat pen, he's going to be able to blaze straight through any kind of armor that is on the side of Aurora. Even those 260 turrets are probably not going to be safe. That being said, though, the Jagdpans are getting spotted out. Triple 260 by Aurora getting committed in, though. And the way the Penguins are opening, they're not able to punish.
They're not able to punish at all for that 260 underpush, and Aurora taking some map control. That is good against this slower lineup. But at the same time, Kihan, I don't know if Penguins cares.
We'll have to see. YOLO here in that EBR has his work cut out for him. He needs to essentially make sure that there is no bad surprise waiting in K1. We, as the all-knowing observers, we do know that, well, there isn't a lot to stop him from doing that. And that means that there is going to be actually a lot of crossfire potential that is maybe going to be there, because I think at this point, Aurora can even sort of safely send a couple 260s maybe towards K1. And this means that, Forcibi though, held that thought. Forcibi here going down towards 600 needs to be very careful as well. But yeah, what I was saying, basically, as soon as a couple 260s make it towards K1, they essentially shut down the peaks as well that are going to be coming through from E2. Because their heat is not going to lose pen over distance. That means they just go straight through the 60 TPs, the Jagdpanzer, even if they're aimed towards them. And that is a weird A-line hold if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, well, Penguins is not defending. I hope they realize that.
I mean, they're starting to rotate, but the thing is, the mobile lineup here of Aurora just has taken a lot of the positions from them, and now Penguins, I mean, the Jagdpanzer doesn't really know where to aim anymore. And good shot, though, there from Rambo into Impact. And it seems like Impact doesn't really have a medkit available. Like, obviously, he's going to have Jack of all trades on his commander, but it's still going to be annoying. And Kaliummangel now getting spotted out here. That 260 cross that I was mentioning doesn't seem to be as safe as I thought it would be. Down to 900, but as long as he makes it over, it's not really going to matter.
Yeah, no. I agree upon that, but, it still lets HP later. And it's going to be an A-line push here for the side of Penguins, so it's into double STRV, though, Kian.
Double STRV, and those are 60 TPs that can shoot from the sidelines. Benzo, though, getting ahead of himself, taking 700 to the face, but now Little starting to bear the brunt of the damage. Aka also just getting torn to pieces here. Those double STRVs, they're going to camo up. They're going to hunker down. They're just going to DPM it out here. Also, Ricochet with that 260 is still able to do some stuff, though. The STRVs getting spotted here by the 907 overpush. That is coming in from the sidelines. The STRVs maybe even starting to take damage. We'll have to wait and see as they are starting to readjust. They're starting to fire on towards Beast. That's down to 339. And the HP lead that was 5k for the Penguins just melted away.
Yeah, this A-line push and B C line push, it's just getting shut down by Scatter and Old Kings. And you see this one-dimensional lineup at 60 TPs. We go Brawl City. Aurora having the perfect answer to it, right? Sending those two 60s under, taking map control, and Penguins going for the most obvious push, which is the A and C line, to try and make it work. And Aurora just has, I mean, enough tanks there. Those 60 DPs going across A5, taking so much damage. One-dimensional tactics like this is shouldn't work against Aurora. What Penguins did. It's like, okay, if they go city, we win. What if they don't go city? Well, that's a worry for later.
Yeah, definitely the worries for later Penguins starting to come back to be a worry for the Penguins of now. Not for much longer though, 10,700 HP remaining on the team in the pink jerseys here. But yeah, they are the ones that are still attacking here, but probably not for much longer, as Magnus bouncing another one onto Lakina. That 60 TP obviously a very, very annoying target to shoot at regardless, but little is it going to matter here. Actually, as rerolls bounces another shot on towards that 60 TP. Finally, Ricochet here with the pickup, but Aurora in turn are going to pick up round number 6. They're going to make it 4-2 in the best of 7 upper bracket here, and they are going to be putting themselves into the upper bracket final already. Penguins going to get relegated down in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and for Penguins, there's a lot to work on, to be honest. They had some good rounds, but overall not enough to beat Aurora. And let's be honest, Aurora is not the most favorite team in this tournament. That would still be Envil. So they have a lot to catch up on if they manage to make their way through the lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly. I think Penguins later today in match number 3 that we're going to spectate are going to be meeting a CTR, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Yeah, this is going to conclude match number 1 of the day. Aurora going to be taking an, I would say in the end, deserved victory. That gimmick tactic here on the second Live Oaks not working out at all. For Penguins is back to the drawing board and back to playing in, I would say, maybe an hour and a half. And for Aurora, I guess it's popcorn time.
Do you want to know the actual hindsight 2020 of what they could have done? How many 907s did they have again? Was it 2 or 3?
They had, you mean, which side actually?
Penguin.
Penguins, they had 1, I believe.
1 was
or 2?
It was the minimum 2.
2.
We'll
But
see
I don't
the
think they
battle
had
results.
3.
Well, the weird thing is, Kihand, when you look at the surround
Okay,
from
so it's
Aurora,
2.
yeah, when you look at the surround from Aurora, right, you think it really covers all bases, right? However, the 1-2 line is actually still very weak. They had the double 260 pushed up, right? And on K4 with 1 crossing over, and you would not believe it. It's again hindsight 2020. You know, I can be a genius after the battle. A repush down 1-2 with, for example, triple 60 TP and double 907. You know, the guys from the hole, the 260s, right? That committed there, they cannot peek because they get instantly blasted when they do, right? And when you're driving down one line, if you go red line, the guys at C6, right, for Aurora on the little hill, they can't shoot either. So there's not much left that can shoot you repushing 1-2 and taking back some control. The only thing that's really left is the double 260 themselves. It's again hindsight 2020, but they did have a decent chunk of info though to make this move. If we think about it in the long run, they did have a lot of tanks spotted, so it could be something to consider.
I mean, another very interesting fact to highlight, at least for me, is that how much damage the STRV players are actually starting to pull in those rounds. Like, yes, obviously STRV is, at the end of the day, a damage dealing tank or damage dealer tank, but like even on those aggressive rounds, the teams are starting to manage to put their STRVs just in such good farming positions, like round and round again. I wonder if that's due to the meta shift, because I honestly thought that STRV would be struggling more against 60 TPs, but...
I mean, 60 TP is not really a great STRV counter, only if the STRV is spotted and the 60 TP is standing still. On the move, 60 TP versus STRV, sure, you'll get your lucky hit, but before you do that, the STRV has already done 4k damage. You know, against your 60 TPs pushing down. So for this kind of play, it was perfect.
All right, and the other thing that's going to be perfect is probably going to be the analysis segment with Octobear and Insane. Guys, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And yes, it has been a good performance for the side of Aurora. We didn't expect them to take that. You were the only one giving them the victory in a tiebreaker, so good stuff for the German team. And I have to say that I have been a bit disappointed by the performance of Penguins.
Yeah, I mean, that proc game where they were on defense, where they tried to throw. So that was kind of just the whole match, basically. It just played out for Aurora. I don't think either team was all that dominant, though. So we'll see how they both do as it goes.
Yeah, it was pretty much a slow start for both of those teams on that playoff part of the tournament. And Aurora is going to be moving in the finals of the winner's bracket, which is a match that we'll be covering tomorrow. But next up, we have Goldfish against Envil. And Goldfish being a team that we didn't see before, team that performed well in the group stage, that's going to be very interesting to see how they're doing, because they're probably facing the favorite of the tournament, Envil, the Polish team. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, so when I watched Goldfish play W, it seems like they had good rotations for the most part, but their strats usually had 1 or 2 holes in them. So we'll see if they clean that up against Envil. I would assume that most people would think that Envil is going to beat them, but we'll see.
Yep, and Penguins will get to see them later today, and it will be against CTR, that team being pretty much with players that used to be in CSA. They also made it last 15-15 tournaments and lost in the losers bracket on that first round. They're going to try to make it at the very least the second rounds of the losers bracket this time, but it's going to be against Penguins, and even though they didn't perform great against Aurora, they're still one of the favorites in this tournament, so it's definitely going to be hard for them.
Yeah, and then the loser of Goldfish and Envil will play W in match 4.
Yeah, that being said, we should probably take a closer look at the replays to see what happened between Aurora and Penguins. And it was a good start for the set of Penguins. This improved the combos of the 60-piece work.
Yeah, it was interesting that they started Aurora's tanks in A9 instead of A7, like a lot of teams usually do. But in my opinion, that's a little strange, as if Penguins decides to push the 2 line, they're much more slow to protect that.
I mean, yeah, it was a shootout. You had Penguins pushing over, and they made it work with a good focus fire. And on top of it, you could see that they held well on the other side of the map. So it was a close one, but at the end of the day, you could see that slowly but surely they were gaining ground everywhere, winning the 8-9-0 lines, and it worked in their favor. 1-0 up on their attack on Murvanka being Aura pick. So it was a good start.
Yeah, and then we had Penguins on defense. They had a really slow composition, and they pushed the 60 TPs into F3, which you talked about. It's kind of a tell, basically, that there's really not going to be many people on the 9 line, and that they have to push the 2 line eventually. And that's what they do, but they're just so slow.
So yeah, I mean, they have 2 60s that are pretty fast, but it's easy for the side of Aurora to actually have a read on what Penguins is doing on their defense. Either it's a mega bait and they're throwing those 60 TPs to F2, F3, and just donate them if they get pushed and they have the rest of their teams over the eastern part of the map, or either they play it that way and they have limited amount over the forest and they just go for the 1, 2, 3 lines repush. So it was an easy call for the side of Aurora. You could see that they reacted perfectly against it. They set well around the 1, 2, 3 lines, and then they made a push over the base in the north. So good stuff from Aurora, actually taking the victory on their attack also.
Yep, and then we move on to proc defense. Here, it was a slower gameplay. Notice the EBR in the 5 line. He was actually there for a while, but nobody really noticed until the EBR came and found him. Then we have the 9 line push coming from Penguins. There was a trap in the water in C9. Those tanks were mostly unspotted, so this is really bad for Penguins.
Yeah, I mean, they had Positive going very aggressive on the middle, and I think that's very interesting to mention. He's one of the main FCs in that team, and maybe he overreacted as he was being pushed on the middle with his EBR and told his player to actually push over the 0 line, going into that trap of Aurora. So once again, I'm not certain that it's the right tank to play when you're leading your team, and maybe one of the reactions you may have, maybe the wrong one, because you're not playing the right tank.
I would have liked for them to have a heavy tank go into the F3 area and try and figure out like how many tanks are shooting you from the 2 line, just so that they don't have anything lit. So it would have made the push better.
And well, next up we had Aurora on the attack, actually going for a straight push over the eastern part of the map, not really taking the time to analyze what's going on, what's spotted. This was like a pretty much all-in tactic from their sides, just leaving a 260 over the 3 line with the STRV covering for the 1 line. So Penguins with the great opening, actually countering that well with a lot of tanks over the water side. So I have to say, this time it was just a full counter for the side of Penguins with their opening.
Yeah, and then they're starting to get a little more antsy here on defense. They're going to try their best to give this game away, and this is what I was talking about. They're playing this whole match sort of in this way, like they don't need to do certain things. They could have sat back and just made the game just over, but instead they chose to get a little more aggressive and allowing Aurora to not really have a chance, but have a slight chance of it winning.
Yeah, next up on Livox, we had that very standard defense from the side of Penguins, going for the 0 line plus K JH1, and you could say that they had great damage on that initial push from the side of Aurora, but there's probably a mistake from the side of the 60 piece to repush the A line, as it's not necessary. You have 4 minutes left to hold, you're defending, you just want to play time at that point and just get the kills done, and you will see that at the end of the day, Aurora is managing to hold the rails and win that city side in return, opening the possibility to push the A-line and get the cap under pressure. So Penguins probably once again with some bad decision making in this match.
Yeah, if you notice near the end of the game, it's going to end around 40 seconds. So if you keep those 60 TPs back in A0, the 907s stay in around K0, it makes it much harder for Aurora to actually kill their entire team in the amount of time that the game has. So yeah, it's just a big mistake there, being a little bit too aggressive.
Yep, and well, it was match point for Aurora, and they actually pulled the perfect defense if you take in consideration what Penguins is doing. Yes, they are more than 5k HP up with this pretty funny lineup of 1060 TPs, but look at the map control Aurora is taking straight. They are pretty much taking everything, their base, the middle, the F3 position, and they're pretty much forcing Penguins into that A-line repush. And even if Kian said that he was not certain that the STRV would shine in this new meta without those chieftains, those 279s, you have to say that those 60 TPs, well, they are very slow and they're very meaty, so it's the perfect tank for Hold Kings and Skada to farm in those STRVs. And as I talk, you can just look the HPs, 3k, 4k HP up. They were once again starting 5k down, so it was the perfect defense for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful initial. I would love to know if it was an audible, because they brought 1060 TPs, right? So they kind of knew they could take map control using their light tanks and the 260s. They paused at C7 to watch the cross. Very good from that, and then they just took the K line instantly with their EBR. And they knew definitely the only play was A line.
Yeah, the fact he pushed that deep straight and saw nothing, it was very good for them, because they were very confident into pushing down with those 260s over the water side, and then getting under those tanks, getting the full rotation spotted, and then, well, what's left for the side of Penguins? Pretty much the A-line push, and that's what they went for, but they were really well set for it. So, good stuff. Aurora is taking the victory in that one, 4-2. We said it, they're going to be moving into the finals of the winners bracket, which is a match for tomorrow. But now, Octo, it's probably time to take a look at the second match of the day between Goldfish and Envil. We probably have the community predictions ready, and well, 80% for Envil. That's not surprising, but I have to say we have to give a bit of credits to Goldfish.
Yeah, I mean, Envil's been a dominant force on this server for a long time, so it's not surprising at all. And I would say that, I mean, the community knows Envil just like they knew Aurora more, in my opinion. So the community prediction makes sense. But hopefully Goldfish puts up a good fight.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get to see that shortly. But once again, just before starting, we'll get back to the castle's desk to see what Kihan and Daki have to say about that one. Show the pick and bounce. Please, guys, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the second match of the day. It's going to be I would say, at least new name on the block. It's going to be the team of Goldfish facing off against, well, at this point, probably one of the most well-known teams on the server, against Envil. Oh, Goldfish here coming in under their captain of Infinity, but there is actually a lot of well-known name in this team, so some movement in the competitive community.
Yeah, some movement here coming out indeed. Just a mix of players. There's some trick players in there. Danny, Sunny, Best Spieler, all from the trick team, for example. Then mixed in with the threat team from the past, and some others, Wessie, Dutch representative, for example. So, yeah, all around just a mix. Envil, on the other hand, not a mix.
Nope. Envil are just pure raw player skill paired with absolutely insane decision making. Aggression is, all-out aggression is just their signature gameplay under their captain Monster. I don't think any of the players here need any kind of introduction, and I also think that is why basically the community prediction is going this strongly in favor of the team of Envil. 80-20, that is not something we quite usually see, but all of this being said and done, I think it is time to look at the map, pick, and bans here. Goldfish not wanting to play on the map. That Envil is very, very known for Himmelsdorf. Meanwhile, Envil, for tournament after tournament after tournament, their permaban has been and is still Live Oaks. This means we're going to start off on Cliff. So it's going to be quick, it's going to be action-packed. Then we're going to transition over to Sand River, on which we have seen Envil pull off some very, very crazy performances as well. Not to take away, though, from Goldfish. They've had a good showing in the group stage.
That was such a close group, by the way, in general.
That was very close, yeah.
That W, Goldfish, Aurora, and No Timing group was so close. Like, yeah, Goldfish took first, but they could have also went out. The last match
that wasn't
clear.
Everything. That wasn't clear up until the last match, and up until the last matches had been finished. Now, Fisherman's Bay, next one taken out. This means we're not going to be seeing it in the first two matches. Here, Prokhorovka, a possible map number 3, and if it gets to a tiebreaker, although when I see an Envil team starting off on Cliff, transitioning into Sand River, yeah, that is something to play against.
Yeah, sure, but I think I'm more worried about Cliff than Sand River for Goldfish.
Then again, those K-line commitments that we've seen by Envil time and time again, and somehow miraculously Envil is able to make those work out where no other team seems to be able to. I mean, it is always a sight to behold to see them pull it off. But on the other hand, this obviously means for the other teams that they kind of know what's coming, because Envil historically also has been sometimes recycling some strats, like, updating here and there, but I think they've had to put in a lot of effort into updating those tactics as well now, since the Chief and 279 nerfs. Like, for example, Sand River, you can't really play it with 12 Chieftains anymore. I mean, yeah, you can, but you'll probably, or not probably, but there is a good chance you're going to be losing. Instead, the Kampfpanzers, out of which we haven't seen a single one yet today, if I recall correctly.
We only saw them on Sand River before, though.
Yeah.
They were the only map where we saw them picked. All the other maps, they didn't really have any usage, but Sand River was the one. Well, we'll probably not see them here on Cliff either, to be honest.
And community predictions, I mean, both you, Insane, and I going with a 4-2, and Octobear saying it'll be a brutal, but it'll be a rather quick affair, 4-1. I mean, if it was Toxic instead of Octo, he would probably say 4-0.
Yeah, but I think that's unfair to Goldfish. They did take first in their group. They had a good showing there.
Yeah, and obviously this in turn means that Envil took second in their group, respectively.
Yeah, but that's
something
in groups.
to keep in mind as well. True, yeah.
I mean, Envil in groups, it's always I don't find in 50v15. I don't know. I don't expect them to even win their group.
Yeah, and here, I mean, they didn't. They came second, which is still enough to be seeded in towards the upper bracket. And this now means that they're going to be duking it out against a team of Goldfish that topped their group, but they have to prove it here in the playoffs of the November Clan Showdown Tournament. And I think it's just about time to head in towards the bracket, not the brackets, the lineups. And Envil bringing triple 50B, double BZ75, double CS63, and the rest is going to be 8 260s.
8 260s. On top of that, Goldfish, on the other hand, only one BZ, an S3V, a TVP, 5 CSs, and the rest being 7 260s for them. But so Envil, with that triple 50B, it's going to be crucial to see if they can get those clips out.
Yeah, so there is going to be that singular TVP for the side of Goldfish. We'll have to see how able he's going to be able to come and clutch for his team. That's going to be never here, as both teams are kind of splitting, but Goldfish sending 14 towards upper side. Only the 260 lower does find a good first shot of damage into Piotr. But this in turn means that Goldfish are going to be sending their CSs up the hill. Mentor's there with a good shot into Nepal, who does slide down, so he's not going to be making it up. And now we'll have to see how good the punishment actually is onto those CSs that are driving towards the hill. So far, not a lot.
So far, not a lot, actually. I mean, a few shots on the CSs, but that's ideal. Now they have to start taking around the hill, and Envil's doing the shield, though. Piotr and Rexar, I think, are doing the shield, and Mental's taking the hill. More tanks driving up as well. I mean, they're trying to get something here. Do they have enough for that? It's going to be the big question. We can see Piotr, Rexar making the shield here. This counters the ramp quite heavily. It's a good play for that, and it does seem like Envil just brought enough tanks to the hill. It's only 3 CSs for the side of Goldfish versus 4 tanks from Envil. Yosi not even really reacting to the pressure that's being put, and sure, Goldfish took the hill, but they immediately lost it because they weren't in position to repressure the mid when this happened.
Yeah, exactly. The BZ is boosting up here, securing the hill control for the defending team of Envil. Now, Spieler completely getting wrecked here, tried to make a getaway because I think both him and Trandorf didn't realize that upon losing the hill, their positions essentially got compromised. Now we can see, yes, Piotr dying here for the shield, but I think this position is actually one of the very few in the game in 15v15 where it does make sense to sacrifice a player because you just gain so much in return with that one singular hull down 260. You can see the CSs, they don't really have any kind of penetration angles on towards the 260. Possibly even gonna resort to HE soon to maybe get a few criticals at least on towards that turret. But all in all, as the dust settles here, a pretty good opening by Envil, securing themselves 5,500 HP advantage, a gun advantage, and also, I would say, positional advantage, because they hold the hill and Goldfish does not. And they are defending. So good stuff from the Polish team here, coming into this match number 2.
Yeah, really good adjustment from Envil, gotta say. I mean, immediately making the shield, but most importantly, driving sufficient numbers of tanks on the hill. And for Goldfish, it's, you know, like if you set up for this middle push to happen and it doesn't happen, you're completely out of position when they just take 4 tanks on the hill, which is exactly what they did. So, it's an oversight from Goldfish. And it was kind of, I mean, I don't know, easy is maybe not the right word, but it was well done by Envil. Like immediately taking sufficient number of tanks on the hill because they know that there's no punish available from Goldfish. Like who's going to shoot them? There's one crossing.
Yeah, exactly. Now we see Rexar taking the first shot of damage after 3.5 minutes of gameplay, and after being entirely spotted for, well, essentially all of it. So that's going to tell you how effective right now the angles are that Goldfish has upon him. Now the HE starting to come in, but with 22 a pop, 22 a shot, it's going to take quite some time. And the thing is also the way that Piotr, I think, made the shield here. This means that Rexar should be kind of safe even from some of the HE shells, because the turret would probably even be blocking some of it. 110 that Rexar just took, that's a bit more, but still, it's going to take a long time. And at the end of that, Envil is still going to have an equal amount of guns if Rexar drops, and they're still going to be having more HP.
I don't know, Key. To me, this looks pretty over. I don't know about you, but I don't see a way back in for Goldfish.
The way back in would be for Envil to make some sort of blunder, but they haven't really been able, or they haven't really been known to do that if it's not, hit and run in the finals against Opur. But, I think Envil, they have done a good job of putting themselves in an absolutely superior position in this first round. And, that's already starting to probably, dig on towards the nerves of Goldfish, because there is no real thing that they can do here right now that would be obvious to either them or us that would be netting them a victory. It's just that Envil, they put the foot down here. They have just, everything under control, full control even. Super from Envil. Full control.
What seemed like an easy move at the end of the day, but it was just the right move. 13 tanks left standing for Goldfish, but 13 tanks that can't do anything.
Yep. And the fact is also that right now there is 6k HP difference, but another 1.5k HP of those Goldfish can't really use because it's on Kajaklu in that SCRV. So 6.5k suddenly become 8k disadvantage.
They're finding some shots on Rexar though, slowly, but you want to know what I think is the only play they have left? What do you think it is? There's only one, actually. There's only one.
I mean, after they kill Rexar, they can maybe try to get some people on towards the hill as well and challenge that. But
no way.
Because I think they can't really rotate and push 1-2.
The only thing they can do is push across the D line to repressure the tanks in the middle, and then have the double 260 and the CS on 1-2, with pressure on 1-2 to shoot them in the back. But CFR has already lost a lot of HP for that. I think that's the only thing, and even that is 1% probability, maybe.
Yeah, no, I mean, Rexar took another heat shell here, but in the end, I think every single option that Goldfish have available is absolutely terrible.
Shield, by the way, if you do it well, there's no way he's getting hit. I would have to see the exam where Rexar is, but I'm pretty sure Piotr didn't do the shields correctly 100%. That's the only reason Rexar is taking shots.
I think at the start he did it correctly, and then Rexar pushed him a little bit, so now the wreck is not high enough anymore.
There's like a slight hill. Ooh, over peaks though coming out from Envil themselves, wanting to clean up Sani, but that's not really working out. Jacob even retaliating a little bit. Rexar falling. Jacob takes a big shot in return though. Sani taking one as well. Envil getting a little bit antsy. Now 4k HP, and now they are repressuring the middle, Kihan, which I said I think is the only play left for this team of Goldfish. Repressure the middle, try to get some angles, but even that is really, really, really hard.
Yeah, and the thing is that Kuba, she has complete control of the ramp here. No one able to challenge him in the position that he is in. If he does get challenged, then Envil could always draw people down from the hill. Now, triple 260 starting to overpeak on towards Conrad here, but the double 50B from the sideline starting to clip out, starting to take some damage here as well, as Never in the TVP starting to retaliate on towards Minairos. That's down towards 30, but the triple 50B is just going to ensure that Miku, at the very least, is not going to get picked up, but Goldfish starting to come in with some good trades here.
Yeah, and Danny peeking from the top. I think Trandorf put in some shots as well, and Envil is falling a little bit to pieces here because they're a little bit complacent with those peaks. And now 1-2 repush. Ooh, Nepal just exploding though to Never from the hill. Corana and Danny are going to do it with that double 260, and CFR falling as well. Like, there was really an opportunity for Goldfish, or was there really an opportunity for Goldfish in this round, but they're losing tanks in unnecessary ways for peaks that shouldn't be happening. I mean, Popak does take the hold down, but he cannot really play from there. He needed CFR at least alive, and I would say the trade's not that great from Goldfish in the later stages of the game here.
I think the problem here right now for Envil is that the triple 50B here is very, very squishy. The 260 is also down towards one shot. So if they want to do something at the donut here with those 50Bs, they need to do it now. They need to explode out of that corner, or they can just try and hold, try and hope that at least in the middle of the map, or they can just kill Pupak in that hold-down position. I guess that works as well, as Ketsai gets picked up in that BZ. So Jacob taking a huge one down towards 8 HP.
Yeah, down towards 8 HP, but he was lucky with a bit of a laurel there. He manages to get a shot on against Never. Sani now needs to be careful. I don't think he's going to live for this. Nice shot there from Jacob actually coming out. The SRV not connecting. His Strandorf might even have a shot on the back of that BZ. Danny fallen though, but I think time, Kihan. Time is the biggest issue here. Sure, Tsek falls, but with 25 seconds left, this is all but over at this moment in time. Lukin now coming in as well with his CS63. He will find DJ. It's actually him that picks it up, but Monster, even if the rest of his teammates fell, Monster would win the round.
Yeah, Monster in that CS63 throning over the K5 position, and even his teammates here getting kill after kill. Finally an answer by Infinity, but Monster from the back lines to pick up Never is going to finish a round number 1 in which Envil had an extremely good start, then started throwing a bit, but I think with their... Oh, I mean, a lot. But with their combined experience, just able to get it over the finish line. Yes, it wasn't pretty. Yes, it wasn't the best gameplay even from them. Like, the opening was good, but after that, questionable. But in the end, like, no one is going to ask how the gameplay was. If it's 1-0, then it's 1-0.
True. But yeah, for Envil, they're a bit complacent with their place. You know, they're just holding. The shield, again, I don't think it was in the perfect position anymore, which didn't help. Because Rexar would have killed everybody if it came down to it. So that's a bit unfortunate. And that double 260 around the hill for Goldfish also didn't react. There's only safety for one, you know? Once Envil starts taking the hill, Spieler should have left immediately.
Yeah, he completely died for it. So, not the best kind of result for him. And yeah, on the other side, I mean, Rexar... I would have expected more damage from him, but you can see 6.5k block damage, and he also took a lot of HE shells. Yeah, so you can just see how much time he was able to waste.
Yeah, sure, but he shouldn't even be able to get shot. Like, it shouldn't even be possible. Like, I'm sorry, but it should not be possible. There's like a slight elevation. Hands on the... Have you ever done the shield?
Multiple times.
I'm pretty sure I dedicated you as the shielder.
Yeah, I was the designated shielder, so I do, after a few attempts, and a few wrong attempts even, I do know how to do it correctly.
Yeah,
at least I can take that.
You know what I'm talking about. There's like a slight little bit of terrain, with like the slight dip behind it. So if Piotr is in the like right spot, there's no way that he's getting shot by anything. The only thing that can shoot you is the top ramp, really, at that point. So that made it closer, and then some not so great trades on the hill. Yeah, that overpeak on the hill there cost them a lot.
Way too much. And they didn't even get the kills because they missed.
It would have been better if they just took the tanks and pushed over into the CSs and killed them. Like, they were all both on that like lower balcony. If they just went for it and we're like, okay, we take our HP, we push the CSs and we kill them, and at the same time we just re-push around the hill, because like they thought the game is over, and technically it's correct because they still won at the end of the day, but they could have sped up the process a little bit, you know, push the CSs, go around the hill slightly, kill the 260 behind the rock, start moving around the hill. There was opportunities for them. I mean, it still worked though. It still works, so it doesn't matter. 1-0 is 1-0.
Yeah, and that is also something that we're not really used to seeing from Envil. Like, yes, sometimes in the past, even their tactics, especially in 15v15, have been lackluster because they kept recycling, because no one was really challenging it. But like the individual trades have always been going in Envil's favor, normally at least. So that is a bit strange to see. Then again, you know, it's the first round of gameplay. Maybe we're just interpreting too much into it, because I think those players have proven time and time again that when or if it comes to it, that they are able to step up individually and as a team. So yeah, Goldfish, after a first round, you know, the opening completely not their way. Then somehow they manage to get back to it. And then you have this unfortunate timeout on Cliff, right? Normally, Cliff rounds tend to not go 10 minutes.
Most of the time, it's about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is already a very long time for both of us.
Especially when driving EBRs, yes.
True. Or watching a Kian map guide before I press the dislike button.
Oof. There is another one coming out very, very soon.
You know, the moment we stop watching it, Kihan, is the moment that you don't make them anymore. Maybe you shouldn't check them out.
Anyway, we are going to check out the lineups here as Envil comes into round number 2, looking to extend the lead. Quadruple CS63, a singular STRV, and that is going to leave 10 260s.
Goldfish, on the other hand, 160 TP, double 50B, double BZ, 4 260s, 5 CSs, and an STRV. They're a big fan of that STRV.
Big fan of that STRV, but I am not the biggest fan of the 60 TP actually, because I think that it's very, very slow for Cliff. Then again, they are defending, so they can dictate the pace of the game. But we've just seen what happens if you let Envil take just all the positions. Marcel here now once again getting sent towards that 1-2 line as well with that STRV. This tells us immediately what Envil is looking for, a decisive shootout on the 1-2 line, and are they gonna get it though? So far the Goldfish tank's getting halted. Rexar taking the brunt of the damage, but this in turn means that the 260s are actually gonna be able to shoot on towards the CSs that are going to be crossing on towards the hill. Goldfish springing into the action onto the 1-2 line as well. The punishment, not that good by Envil here. The triple CS does make it up, but it's not gonna be enough.
It punishes enough for Envil to just win the hill, and it's going to have to be a repush from 1-2 as a result, because already you can see this hill falling. Piotr in the 260 actually is getting up. Sunny bailing. Maren, I don't know if he's going to be able to make it out. Ketsa is actually pushing him off, which is useful for Maren because it means he gets to live a little bit longer. And there's double CS at A6 now for the side of Goldfish. Yosi and Pupak, but I don't know what they can really do from there. Sunny and Maren have to find some shots onto 1-2 line, and it's some split kind of attack here, defense by Goldfish, and you can see those Sunny and Maren are starting to get shots on those 260s, pushing them behind the rock. The good thing for Envil is that D1 STRV is able to cover everything and anything, and the fact that they have the hill, of course. Imagine if that double CS also went onto the hill, Kihan. I think this game would have been over already.
Yeah, like this now, Envil is starting to solidify the game. They do have gun advantage, but they're trailing a bit in the HP department. But that double CS63 right now, honestly, kind of in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Mentos, they're doing a good job of keeping them spotted, staying behind the stone, so he cannot really get shot by them, or maybe even from the tanks from the hill, but the hill has already been completely taken. Now Goldfish here, I think this is starting to be a desperation attempt down that 1-2 line here. The 50B gets a good kill on towards Kubash, but in turn, one of the full HP 50Bs, one of those prime assets that Goldfish have available, fall. And the HP lead that I was talking about for Goldfish, it's just gone.
I liked this opening, it was interesting. They did a lot of damage on this 1-2 push, but Envil with that hill, with that fact that they had the hill under control, is just able to again put themselves in a dominant position, force Goldfish to do something, and is making good connections. I mean, Neva and Phoenix, they did get across, but again, it's only two of them, Panzer Fury and Never, in the with support of actually Mentos from A5. It's going to be a shield there coming out, but the SRV has Phoenix's side, and again, I liked the opening from Goldfish. It was interesting, but Envil seemed to have the answers for it.
Yeah, and Marcel here with that STRV probably had continuous shots through the game as Monster low rolls onto that CS63. So it's going to be Mentos to pick it up, and now the repush here into the 1-2 line starting to come into effect. Envil are starting to clean up the remainders of a Goldfish team that in round number 2 here had some very, very interesting strategies, but Envil unshaken, unmoved, an immovable object for the team of Goldfish so far. It's going to be 2-0 after map number 1.
2-0 after map number 1, and this game is, you know, Envil has 13 tanks left, but it was a lot closer than that, I know. okay, make it 12. But it was a lot closer than this. The initial opening, they did so much damage to Envil taking 1-2 though. Like, so much was given. But then the CS at A6 never really got to do much, right? And the fact that they lose the hill here is a disaster for them.
Yeah, the hill was never going to go their way, and honestly, the double CS at AB6, it was just getting shut down, right? They were not achieving anything. They were away from anyone else.
Though. It's like it's a counter against something. Imagine Envil goes 1-2 and doesn't have so much middle. Like they still had quite a few middle, right? So they could take like 4 or 5 tanks on the hill. Imagine they have only 2 middle or 3 middle. If they have 3 middle, they don't win the hill, I think. And then you have the ACS that A6 can. And you can't leave 1-2 anymore. And you can't repush A6 anymore. And you can't take the hill because A6 counters the hill. Then it would work. But in this case, yeah, you're right. It didn't do anything.
Yeah, and the thing here is that, yes, you can say it would have worked against a different strat, but then again, I think Cliff is one of those maps where a lot of the decisions regarding the splits that you do are being made up on the spot against, like, deciding essentially against the lineup of the enemies that they have. Like, what can that lineup actually do, and what can we do that they can't counter? So, yes, you could say, like, that double CS63 against a different opening, against a different strategy from Envil, it works well. But then again, good on Envil for, you know, not choosing an opening that could get exploited by that double CS.
I still like Goldfish's opening, though, in general. Slight,
yeah, I think it was cool. They get style points, but they don't get points on the board.
Yeah,
That's
sure, but like, the thing is, if Envil does 1 or 2 things slightly different, they just straight up win that game with the way they open. I think this is one of the few instances in which Envil just automatically, but just wins the game straight out, you know? Which is, again, you know, good on Envil and unlucky for Goldfish, right?
Oh, unlucky RNG, as some of the in-game commanders would say. That means, though, that Cliff, so basically Envil's map pick, does get picked up 2-0. And this now, in turn, means that we are going to Goldfish's map pick. So maybe a silver lining here for them. I would say a couple unfortunate rounds for them. They definitely had potential in either one of them, even though in the first one, in my opinion, they should never be getting into the game like this. But yeah, in the end, Sand River now being picked here. That is quite curious, in my opinion.
Quite curious. I mean, I'm surprised that Goldfish rather play Cliff than Himmels, for example. I think Cliff is usually a really good Envil map.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so is Himmels, but, you know.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Personally, I think that Envil is a very, very proficient team on Sand River as well. They've just demonstrated that they are definitely capable of taking 2 Cliff rounds in a row. That being said, though, I think Goldfish, they are here for a reason. So them picking Sand River, that normally is supposed to be kind of a 1-1 map, there obviously get into the kind of psychology in between the picks and bans again, where the underdog team will most likely try to pick like 1-1 maps, whereas the supposed favorite, which in my opinion, even though group stage results, that is still Envil, the favorite team. They will be trying to pick maps that are more likely to go 2-0 one way or the other.
I'm not curious for Sand River, because to me it's like 1-1, usually.
That means we are at a match point for Envil after Sand River.
You're really good at math today, it's impressive. You did your homework since the last stream.
No, I just brought a calculator that I have off screen.
What's 2 plus 2 Kihan?
Most of the time 4.
Okay, what's 65 times 65?
That is once again, that is a good question. It's in fact so good, I don't want to spoil it with an answer.
Okay. You knew that was coming, right? Simple one first, and then we ramp it up immediately.
Yeah, exactly. And there wasn't even a middle ground, like straight from 0 to 100.
Yeah,
well, from 4 to a lot more
just
than
testing,
100.
I was
but
just testing how far it goes, you know? I guess 2 plus 2, you know, it's just adding up, but multiplying is not your thing yet. That's for the next stream, okay?
All right, yeah. 2 plus 2 is 4, and minus 1, you know, that's 3. Quick maths. All right. Sand River in between Envil and Goldfish, though. Yeah. Goldfish showing some promise, I think is fair to say, but unable to deliver against an experienced team of Envil that shows some weaknesses, which for some reason in the recent tournaments, they always do that, and yet they always end up winning somehow anyway.
True. But Sand River is a different... I want to see what the meta is right now on Sand River. I have some ideas, and I wonder if that's going to be in this match. I'm not going to spoil anything or say anything. I just want to see if it is.
Well, I think it's time to reveal the lineups, actually. So let's hop into round number 3. Envil bringing an SGRV double CS, an E5 double S-Conk, double IS7, and that is 7 60 TPs.
Against Goldfish's 6 60 TPs, KPZ, triple 260, 279, double CS, STRV, and E3. Yeah, it is showing. Sand River is shifting towards the 60 TP as well.
Now, opening-wise, Envil sending one of the IS7s north. They're sending double CS middle, backed up by the SGRB. So far, Monster and Lucino not really exchanging spots. Both of those CSs by Envil do get spotted out, however, and Lucino is going to go in towards proxy range, does get the spot on towards Never as well. Good job by Lucino here for not taking a shot by the IS7. And this means that initial information advantage goes the way of Goldfish, but then again, you know, they're starting from east. They, by default, are going to have the priority over the southern part of the map. Never here is going back in the IS7, could have chosen as well to like try to go up on towards the hill, but that is always a risk when you're spotted, because you might get shot by the snipers that might be positioned in base. Instead, he's going to tightly tuck into the B8 corner.
Yeah, he's going to be holding there, but so far it's not that bad though for Goldfish. Unless you see like a major issue with it.
Good shot by Never here. Retaliation.
Yeah, if
good
only his
as
team
well.
could have done that in the 7v7 when they all threw to Rexer.
Oh, that is still going to hurt.
I think Never was in that team, right?
I think so as well. That being said, though, Mentos here taking a shot by Infinity is going to start evacuating.
There's enough for Goldfish, though. There's enough. 4 tanks.
The STRB in the backlines there, though, able to punish, and we can see Piotr, good shot into Infinity, and actually with that double CS, able to repush. Not sure that's going to be enough. Another shot into the lower plate of Infinity.
They have 4 tanks behind, and a 60p that could cross if needed. There's no way that they don't hold this.
Why Sunny down towards 1k though for
it's
that
the
cross.
driving, bro. Like you don't go through A7, A8 there. You know, you just go through B line, right? So that's. Can we say that's a personal fail? I think we can.
Yeah, so down towards 1k, and the thing is, they can't really push that. Yeah, like yes, Goldfish has enough numbers to hold, but they can't really push it because the SGRB from the backlines is going to be holding. That being said, though, South is getting taken by Envil.
You see where I see an issue? If Ketsai is able to take 1 corner further, or I don't know if he has enough gun depression. Let's say the E5 gets 1 corner further. I think the 60B might have enough. He's hold on Corona. And like.
And the Kampfpanzer can't really peek him because there's going to be so many tanks that will be able to shoot at the Kampfpanzer. And we can already see here in the north as well that Infinity is not really finding the engagements on towards Piotr. And as all of this is going on, 6k HP advantage, that is a lot. That is 2 entire heavy tanks.
Yeah, but a lot of it is on these 60 DPs though. And if they have to drive through the open, Kian, we've seen what, for example, Aurora did. Did Ketsa get punished back from the position? Apparently he did. Maybe the KPZ is able to counter that.
The KPZ here, Yosi, he is spotted though, so not sure how much he will be able to re-peek on towards Ketsai in that 60 TP. That being said though, Envil, they are the attackers here. And yes, they have been trading better, I think. But Mentos there in the middle of the map, down towards a one-shot in that CS63, somehow getting spotted out, trying to stay safe, I think, behind one of the rocks or on the ramp currently. We'll have to drive back. He's not going to be pushing anywhere anymore.
Trandorf needs a little bit of speed if he wants to do this, by the way. That the play he's going for. You need some speed for it. Without it, it's really not that easy. Yosi now getting punished, though, in that KPC. Neva getting HE down in the E3. Hot take, by the way.
Corona.
If you want to play the E3 there against 60 TPs, you need the spotline here.
Rexa takes one as well here. Trandorf, once again, not able to get up there. Maybe he needs a little,
I mean, you see the little bush where on the top left there? Like, I mean, left of the hill. You just go there, or on the top, you take a little bit of a run up, and then you go up easily. But they're pushing up for zero line, though. Infinity, Sunny, and Phoenix trying to find Piotr at the very least. Trandorf is just going to get boosted up by Danny, apparently, but that's not really going to work out for them. Phoenix there in trouble, though, and that is 60. He is going to fall to the SCRV of Marcel. Who's not spotted, so you can continue that. DJ seems to be the next target here. He's in a bit of crossfire, but so far it's only really Jacob that can get shots against him, and that is not going to be enough here, as Infinity will probably fall against the next HE shell and Ignite as well. Jacob just falling. Infinity is next. They tried this push down the zero line, Kihan, and I gotta say, it did not deliver too much.
Oh, it absolutely got shot down. 2 out of the 3 tanks falling. The other one committed in. Cannot really do anything anymore. It does get controlled by the 60 TP, by the SGRV. And now we can see in the south of the map a team of Envil here that do lose a lot of HP in a very short time frame on towards Miku. But in turn, Korana falling. And once again, Envil is doing an exceptional job of isolating those low HP targets and then just, getting them out of the game, just removing option after option, just removing asset after asset from a team of Goldfish that still have to hang on for 4 more minutes. That being said, though, Katsai completely getting blown out of the water, but immediate answer on towards CFR.
Yeah, now Neva is going to be the next one. If he backs off to take a lot of damage, he will just have to sit and hold. But you can see the issue with the E3 is that once it starts exposing the site, it's easy to pen. Conrad takes his time, shuts him down as well, and even though the HP is not that far away from each other, on other departments, this team of Goldfish is falling apart, mainly on tanks left in the battle right now. They also kind of missed the 60 TP on top of where Lucan is, so you could just peek the I7, when they push, but driving is hard.
Yeah,
but
Nepal
even with
and
that, I don't know.
No, I don't think that remedies the situation, and Envil in a slow, some would say in a deliberate manner, able to so far make it look good on their attack of Sand River. Now here the next pocket of resistance with Pupak, with Margin, is going to get cleared out. Pupak down towards a one-shot, and yes, that 279 has a lot of HP, has a lot of frontal armor, but not when Conrad, when Rexa, when Minairos are all able to drive in to single out that 279. That is one of 6, make that 5 remaining tanks for the side of Goldfish here. We can see Lucino in a one-on-one against Monster, both of them avoiding each other without noticing, so that's going to be a weird timing. But talking about timing, it is down towards the clock for Goldfish now as Cap has been started.
Cap has been started, and Envil will make this 3-0, and it didn't look that hard for them. Again, all the answers available to all of the plays that Goldfish did. So good by them, match points as well. They still have to play the other side of Sand River, but so far they're looking solid, man.
Yeah, and to be honest, even on the other side of Sand River, I'm not really too worried, simply because, well, where other teams struggle, and that is defending on Sand River, as we just see Goldfish losing their defense, Envil in the past have made it clear that time and time again, they are one of the very, very few teams in the world that can go toe-to-toe in a K-line brawl from defending side and win it.
Mm-hmm. But the other side, the side Envil plays from his favorite, though, from what I've seen, especially in this very heavy 60 TP meta. Even the E3, I mean, if you do 50 damage with HE and you do it 10 times, that's 500 damage. If you have a few minutes, then you could see Neva's HP was just dropping and dropping and dropping, for example. That's just HE shells, hitting 93. It doesn't do much, but something is better than nothing.
Exactly. And now after round number 3, we see here the damage being dealt once again, an STRV very, very high up there. So at least, you know, Kaya Clue here putting himself into good positions, but he's probably not going to care as it doesn't matter here. Once again, STRV with good damage, but I somehow have the feeling that a lot of teams have come to accept that, yes, sometimes you might push into an STRV, give it a lot of damage, but if you're able to just pick up a lot of guns for that, then it doesn't even matter. So yes, pushing into an STRV is scary, but I think a lot of teams are starting to overcome that fear in favor of, you know, just taking the engagements that are necessary.
And as a result, 3-0. What comes after this map, if we get there?
Ooh, that is a good question, and I don't...
I will tell you, it's Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka is scary, though, against Envil.
And I think we're looking at an inevitable Envil win, but we'll see. If it was like 2-0 or something and Goldfish then gets an opportunity here to play from the other side, then sure. But I don't know, man. I think probably demotivation is a thing there. 3-0, they're still in the upper bracket. It's not really do or die. It's do or get to try again at a different point.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Goldfish have anything left remaining in the tank here, or if they're just going to falter towards what by far was not an impeccable performance by Envil, especially in that first cliff round. But, well, they've just been time and time again able to stop making mistakes when it mattered. And that is, I think, what makes a great team. And I think there is no doubt that Envil is one of those great teams. Basically, being able to just switch off personal mistakes with what seems like snapping a finger, that is just absolutely stunning to watch.
Let's see, though. This is the round where I would assume that they will struggle the most. Because of... We saw the mana that Envil brought. I think that Goldfish should bring the same. And I haven't figured out yet how to beat it from the west. Maybe Envil will show us, though.
Maybe Envil will show us. So let's go and let's hop into what might already be the last round of the second upper bracket semifinal. Envil coming into this one with double CS63. They have 5 S-Kongs, 4 IS-7s, and they bring 4 60 TPs to boot as well.
4 60p to boot. Goldfish, on the other hand, 1 mouse, 1279, 1 S-Kong, 1 STAV, and 11 60 TPs.
That is a lot of Polish heavy tanks. Let's see how they're going to open. Obviously, a weakness that this Goldfish team has now in their lineup is that they don't really have any kind of tanks to spot with. And they are very, very slow on their rotations. They are going to be extremely strong in the hold-down department and in the trading department. But yeah, rotations are going to be off the table. We now see Envil trying to use that advantage that they have with being more mobile, sending Monster north, Mentos south. Mentos, however, getting spotted, needs to be careful here. Takes 1 shot of damage in that CS63, is probably going to make it out, however. A second one just hitting the sand of the dunes here, as Envil committing south with a lot of tanks.
Yeah, but they're just going to set up. And I think the biggest issue here is going to be the... You see these IS-7s in that hold-down, Kihan? They're not that good. Why? Guess.
Well, they get overpeaked and then...
No, it's not even this. It's high explosive. They're just going to slowly slowly
I
die
mean,
to HE.
it's only double 60 TP for
There's more
now.
angles than that.
So Yosi is going to get a lot of information on towards the tanks by Envil that are basically being sent towards the southwest. And I think Envil is recognizing that this is going to be a substantial south hold with the 60 TPs by the side of Goldfish. I think they are judging that they can't really push there as of yet. That being said, though, Infinity taking one as well in its 60 TP, but Marcel in the S-Gong takes a swing in return.
What I do like from Envil is that they have a little bit of map control, and what C6 can do is shoot the 60 TPs in the back. Out of render, but it can shoot them in the back. I think the i7 from E4 can also do this, Ryan. So that's good. They have at least some crossfire onto the back of these 60 TPs, but I am just worried. Now, we'll see. I mean, I could be wrong, man. I
think the call for Envil this round right now was that, well, guys, we just have to be better with hitting the cupolas.
Yeah, but
honestly, I think that's the call.
660 TP speaking double i7?
Well, we'll have to wait. We'll have to see. Obviously, Yosi and Infinity are just being left there to deny the counter peaks on towards the 60 TPs that are supposed to shoot on towards the IS-7s. In the end, the problem that Envil has here is obviously having to chew through all the armor, all the HP that Goldfish have, basically not only in that southern part of the map, but you can also see in the middle of the map, there's just a mouse with a 279 to help. Then on the eastern part, you have like a 60 TP and I think a second one even in the E0 ditch position. Envil now rotating once again with that CS63. I think right now they're deliberating. They're trying to find out where they will be able to rotate tanks to actually generate an overmatch. Because here in the south, they're not going to be able to do that.
You see, Envil just... Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. 9 tanks in the south, right?
Ooh, the 60 TP, the March of the Elephants, once again by Goldfish, starting to come out. Swings by the S-Kongs, all of them not connecting on towards the cupolas. Sunny there with a swing on towards one of the I7s, but from the middle, I think the mouse is coming in with good connections as well. And now that double IS7 is going to be in big problems though, but from the top sides, the 60 TP starting to peak as well. And Asani getting completely blown out of the water, but Conrad in turn getting set on fire. Ketsai is probably going to make a shield here for his brother as he's just down towards one shot, barely makes it from the top sides. Neba and Nepal starting to peak as well. Conrad down towards one shot, does get picked up in return. That is double IS7 traded for a singular 60 TP.
Yeah, but Kurbana and Papak are not that healthy anymore, but this is the bigger issue, Kian. Now the slow pressure will begin normally. They don't really have, like you said, the best tanks for it though, because, you know, they can get hit in the cupola. But there will be a wrap at some point, you would assume, by a tank that is able to get crossfire on these tanks that are here from Envil. But Envil's doing a really good job at shooting, to be honest. Like, really, really good.
Yeah, Envil on an individual level here, hitting a lot of those crucial cupola shots. Just as I say that, caster cursing Orzek, who takes one as well. And I think for the time being, like, this is not going to cool down, but, like, they're just going to try and hit those cupolas, generate an advantage, and currently the trade's going in Goldfish's favor.
Yeah, but you see what Papak is doing? I'd like to see more of that. One more tank to go through. Oof! DJ, but the snipe on Kurbana onto that cupola. But you see Papak, CFR, and Infinity, what they're doing? Now this is a bit of an issue, though. Because these tanks from Envil, where are they going to go?
Yeah, you can see the readjustment here now by the tanks of Envil, recognizing that they're going to be in crossfire, but this in turn is going to enable Goldfish to come ever so closer. And the thing is also that Goldfish, they do have tanks in the middle that should be able to shoot in towards those S-Kongs, in towards those 60 TPs that are all trying to readjust here. But there is only one direction you can stare at, and there's like 10 directions currently from which shots are raining in. And this is starting to show as well in the HP department. Envil currently trailing.
Yeah, and that's the biggest issue. Like, Envil did a really good job initial damage, then even afterwards they did okay. They're now trying to push the middle, though, for the side of Envil. I like this. Trying to get this mouse, trying to get this 279 out of the game. How much damage will they take for this is the bigger question. Mentos down towards the one-shot. He might just about survive. Tisa coming towards the church as well. Jacob actually trying trying to get out of this position, trying to run away. He gets stuck on a little bit of terrain, but you can see Monster immediately dropping to 500, getting picked up by Yozi as well from the K-line. It's just that big old 60 TP alpha that is able to delete these squishy tanks like CS in just an instant. I mean, Kubash is on some adventure there on the outside as well, but Envil has brought back the HP in their favor again.
Yeah, Envil's brought back the HP, but Kubash dropping down and out in that 60 TP is once again gonna ensure gun advantage, but every single tank by the team of Goldfish now spotted. Yes, Margin, not yet, but they know of his whereabouts, and it seems like Envil somehow miraculously are starting to make the shape of those dunes work. Nepal taking 1200 to the face here, but never in turn getting deleted. Somehow Goldfish able to get those crucial pickups, shots here, there, everywhere. This is a free-for-all. Minairo's trying to come into the fray with that kind of healthy S-Conk right now, 1200 HP still, and Rexa with the shutdown onto Never.
It just feels like in like these chaotic situations that Envil is just so superior in terms of coordination, playing, shooting, adjusting, reacting, because let's be real, I feel like any other team at this moment in time would have lost this round already with the way that they got pressure on K-line, but somehow Envil is still in it, and they're up HP, down in guns, but you know, Trandorf did find himself a decent position at least, but like these micro plays from the Envil players, they're working out. Finally, Goldfish is able to find something in return. Piotr pressuring Jacob. If he gets the roll, that would be huge for Piotr, but I don't think that it's going to happen. Looking to try to side scrape. Piotr 5-on-1, not shutting him out of this game. But Kajaklu in the meantime, facing off against an SCRV, he may fall on that outside position. Infinity on the forward push with Trandorf, but Trandorf is an S-Conk. That is not really a great tank to push, but he takes one, he takes two, as Orchek finds the side of that S-Conk, and now the Goldfish tanks all starting to fall in quick succession. Dani down, Kajaklu down as well, Rex are coming back in, and Goldfish is not able to make these endgame scenarios work in their favor. The Envil tanks adjusting and rotating just put too much pressure on them, and they can't handle the heat.
They indeed cannot handle the heat as Infinity Peaks delivers another good shot into Rexa that gets completely annihilated. Nepal with another good swing. Piotr there with a non-connection into the 60 TP, but from the side comes Mentos here with that CS as well, and you can see T-Sec starting to reinforce. Good hit by Lucino, good pickup by Infinity onto Marcel, but 1 minute remaining and 6,500 HP still for Envil. Yes, Goldfish, they do have more tanks available to them, but can they pick up the enemy tanks in time? I don't think so. Worst case, the CS-63 just runs away.
And Envil will make it out. Even T-Sec won't die in this. I really thought Goldfish had it there for a while, but two tanks pushed up in the middle key might have been too much. For example, the SRV was kind of out of position for a little bit of time as well. And they weren't able to really punish this HJ line movement, you know? You would assume them to overpeak and pick up maybe 1 or 2 guns, but they kind of just let them go. That's what it felt like.
Honestly, Envil here losing on tactics, but in the end, I think winning just on raw player skill alone. That was a demonstration of just, you know, superior aim, superior everything. And yes, they're going to maybe even get T-Sec here, and never mind that. Time is going to run out. But Envil is going to run it down, and they're going to make it to a quick and I would say a painful 4-0 against the team of Goldfish that did have opportunities, but in the end, I think it's fair to say, just not up to the task.
It was the first cliff in this game where they had opportunities. This one, I think they probably should have won at the end. Once the IS-7s die, you could see how much issues Envil has. Like, okay, you have those 7 tanks covering, but once they start wrapping under, you're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. And as we take a look at the damage numbers, we see that the Mouse coming in clutch on Sand River here, but not clutch enough, because on the other side, someone else did even more damage. And in the end, I think Goldfish just getting beaten on player skill. The tactics, they were absolutely fine. The tactics gave Goldfish every single opening that they could have ever wanted in towards the match, but just not able to close it up out against 15 players from Envil, just that just appear as a unit. They're a juggernaut, unstoppable.
D6, 6.5. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, these IS7s were just, they were never going to be really doing much at all. But yeah, like I said, man, it's just the adjustments of Envil and the individual plays were superior. And you could see the Goldfish team there, not that experienced as a team together. And I think that showed in that match as well, because especially this last round, I think a more well-synced team would be able to bring it home, at least the last round.
Yeah, exactly. You called it in the game already. Any team that is not Envil would have probably not won this round, because Goldfish, they really put themselves up for victory here. Yes, Envil helped a bit with that double IS7, but they did all the right reactions, and then just they failed with the execution. But yeah, a brutal scoreline of 4-0. But in the end, I would say a deserved one as well. But there's two more people that probably want to have something to say about this. So Octo and Sane, let's see what you want to tell us about what we just saw.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And yes, it has been a very dominant victory for the side of Envil. A 4-0 against Goldfish, not dropping a single round in this match, in this semi-final of the winners bracket. Very impressive from the Polish team, especially the last round, being down position-wise and actually managing to turn it in their favor to take it. And they're going to be meeting Aurora tomorrow in the finals of the winners bracket.
Yeah, and then that means Goldfish will be going to match 4 against W, so that should be interesting. Actually, a good rematch from the groups, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. They faced each other during the group stage, and actually W took the victory 4-2, so they're going to want to do that once again to stay alive in the losers bracket. But talking about the third match of the day, we're going to get to see once again Penguins, and it's going to be against CTR, probably the team that is the weakest on paper in these tournaments. I mean, we know some of those players, they used to be in CSA, and they were capable of pretty much beating everyone, but also known to underperform a lot in some tournaments. What do you think about that one?
It should, being that it's best of 5 now, it should be interesting, as if you go up 2-0, it's almost usually a win for whoever goes up 2-0 in the first map. So it should be interesting. The dynamic of that is just way different from best of 7. So yeah, I mean, I think Penguins performs all right, so I think their team dynamic should be able to win over CTR.
I mean, even though it was not that great against Aurora, that was all right, like you said. I think that it's just enough for beating CTR in this tournament in the losers bracket, but we'll get to see that shortly. Just before that, we should probably take a look at the replays to see what happened between Goldfish and Envil as we were starting on Cliff, and it was a good start from the side of Envil, because you can see that established that shield position at D3 to cover the middle. They managed to do the heal, and well, they were on defense, so they essentially didn't need to do anything.
Yeah, so the BZs getting up the hill is super important, because the CSs really can't contest them. When they play in E8, the BZs have heat shells, so they can sort of that position.
So yeah, you could see that then Goldfish actually managed to take down Rexar in this position, so it opened to them one option was to repush the middle and repush the 1-2 combine, and it felt like they almost got it at some point, because it was getting close between those two teams, even though Envil had a very good lead on that round. But at the end of the day, the Polish team managed to hold well on their defense on Cliff, and the time was just working in their favor.
Yeah, here we see Goldfish on defense. Actually, I would have liked to see those CSs going up the 8 line, go up the hill, actually, because it's super risky, in my opinion, to do that off the start. And they got a lot of bleed on the 2 line. So if they had the hill control, maybe this round would have turned out in a different fashion.
It was very weird to see the double CS go all the way to A5, A6, and you could see that. I think that from the side of Goldfish, there were issues in the calling there, because they kept on pushing with some BZs all the way to the 2 line, to D2, they went down, and Envil essentially didn't have much to do. They went with their opening, they did the shootouts, They're going to rotate to the CS to spot the CSs at A6. It was a pretty easy one for the Polish team on their attack, and a pretty good opening to also counter what Goldfish went for.
Yeah, I mean, Daki said it. If there was a slight alteration from Envil's side, then possibly Goldfish wins, but it just wasn't the case. And then Goldfish was on defense. Being that North is defending now, it's a little tricky because Envil's allowed to take the middle position in G4. They changed the map so you can kind of get out that G3 60 TP, which really opens the door for some pushes like this.
It was a very slow approach from the side of Envil, as you could see. They were gaining control everywhere on the map for the kill line, middle. They even traded well for the push at the 9-0, so full control, like they said on the first cliff round on that one. And at the end, just enough time, 2 minutes left to get the cap down. So, well, and a good round for the side of Envil, just getting straight up match point 3-0 against Goldfish. Good performance, I have to say.
Yeah, I would definitely say the side that they were on gave them an advantage. They took full control, but here it's complete opposite.
Yeah.
The middle position, the mouse is going to be able to shoot the J1 spot when the 60 TPs eventually push them off. So it's important to note that, but yeah, this battle was definitely interesting as the positioning of Envil is just overall not that great. Although with 60 DPs against S-Conks, the S-Conks can shoot their cupolas relatively easily. So pushing them back with the 60s is much more difficult than you think.
I mean, I felt like Goldfish got it, because after they are killing those two I7s, there is no crossfire left from side of Envil. But you can see a very good reaction there. They actually start rotating around the dune, and Goldfish is making the mistake to not cover those tanks on the middle. You will see that I think the CS, the I7, they're going to drop from the top, and there were no connections from the side of Goldfish from the kill line. And even though it looked very close and they were winning slowly but surely over the kill line, they were losing in return the middle. They lost also the SCRV. Good play from Mantus to outplay him in the 1v1 situation. Then, well, the CS is behind you, possibly in your base, and it doesn't even need to do that because Envil is on defense. You can just run at that point. There are 50 seconds left. So, well, we felt like Goldfish got it. Could be a 3-1, but the Polish team is going to prove that they are probably the favorite in this tournament. And why? Because they're capable, even in those situations where the enemy team got the edge, to take it back. Victory 4-0 for the Polish team. Good job. And well, tomorrow it's going to be against Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, the map doesn't really play into the defensive side here, so it's very good to play out of that situation from them. Just complete dominance in that round. So, yeah, I mean, the first Sand River, they showed that they're just going to out-rotate you. And then the second, they're just going to outplay you. So, very good from Envil.
And well, now we have two BO5s. It's going to be the losers bracket. We have two teams that are going to battle CTR against Penguins. We have seen Penguins already before against Aurora. Aurora taking the victory 4-2. But it's definitely going to be a bit easier probably against CTR. I mean, you can still give them some credits. It's BO5, like you mentioned, and I think that the first map is going to matter a lot. You could just go 2-0 on that map and then have straight-up match points. So that's something we will get to see a bit later with the pick and bans. But yeah, the dynamic is definitely different in this tournament compared to the past one because the losers bracket is BO5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole momentum thing, right? So you can go 2-2 depending on what the maps are, but usually that's not going to happen. First map is usually whoever picks it is probably going to go 2-0, and then their second map pick is probably a 1-1, so it's going to most likely be 3-1 in most best of 5 scenarios. So we'll just see. I mean, depends who gets, depending on the map of the second, depending on the second map. Sorry, whoever gets defense is super important. So we'll have to see.
Community predictions. I mean, 60% only for Penguins. 40% for CTR. This is not that bad for CTR. I would have possibly expect 80-20 like we saw Envil versus Goldfish. So the viewership is giving some credit to CTR, which is good to see. And well, now Octo, I think that was enough from the two of us. We want to see what those teams are going to bring. But just before that, we are going to get back to Kihan and Daki to hear what they have to say about that one. Guys, please take it away.
Exactly. So welcome back here, both with Ducky and I. And indeed, we are now arriving in the gruesome, in the brutal reality of the lower bracket. Now, Penguins against CTR. I'm making out a clear favorite here, but that clear favorite lost earlier today.
Yeah, but this CTR team, I have my doubts about it so far. I'm be very honest. I don't know. Like, their group stage was not convincing at all. Penguins did beat Envil, for example, in group stage. They beat CTR as well in group stage. And G8. I don't think Penguins lost, right, in the groups? If I'm not mistaken.
Not entirely sure. I also think they did not, but went to tiebreaker possibly once. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, this CTR team under Sakalito as the captain, it's not CSA Reborn, but it raises some memories.
Yeah, that's fair to say. I don't know. What I saw from them in groups was very standard and very slow. Penguins, I think...
So, very CSA.
Yeah. Which is also, I think, Penguins' preferred style to play against. Because they're not the kind of team, I think, CTR to make traps like Aurora did, for example. So they can get away with more stuff. But the maps are going to be important. More removed by CTR than Live Oaks banned by Penguins. Surprise. I had a discussion with Frugo about it already, though. On the Live Oaks, he agreed that one to repush could work. Prokhorovka then his first map. Himmels is second. And if it gets to it, Cliff.
Oh yeah, obviously best of 5. This means that there are just going to be 2 maps before the tiebreaker. Those are going to be Prokhorovka and Himmelsdorf. Now, if past experiences are anything to go by, I would imagine that CTR is going to be playing I guess some would be calling it a methodical style on Prokhorovka especially. I think Himmelsdorf is one of those maps where, yes, you can try to play slow, but usually the teams that are more aggressive, take more positions, have the better cards for the late game. So I think Prokhorovka, we're going to see maybe not 2 10-minute rounds, but I think we're going to get at least 15 minutes of gameplay over both sides.
Yeah, that is probably a good shout, Kian. Well, like Octo said on the analysis desk, the first map is the most important one for either team. Losing 2-0 is almost always a recipe for defeat, because, you know, going down 2-0, then having to win 2-0. Not a lot of teams are capable of doing it. Envil is one of those that are capable of doing it. Penguins, potentially, depending on their form, which didn't look that great in the first match. I don't think CTR is that kind of team, so for them they really need 1-1 or 2-0, preferably, to keep the Czech dreams alive, right, Kihan?
Yeah,
You're a big
exactly.
Czech supporter, yeah?
I am a big connoisseur of the country, indeed, and especially, you know, the city that we're now based in, which is Prague. So yeah, maybe I'm going to be a bit biased towards CTR, but that doesn't take away from the fact that I think that Penguins are probably going to be the stronger team regardless. Like, yes, there can be sympathies and everything, but there also has to be, you know, cold hard logic at some point, and that would dictate that the team that made it into the upper bracket first, even though if they lost there, the team that is coming from the upper bracket should be the favorite moving into those 3 maps here.
I actually saw Kihan in a video the other day of Prague. He was driving around in his Bugatti, and it said Holy Ops 23 on it, but I guess that one's getting exchanged, Kihan, right, after this year's.
I just want to say it is absolutely incredible to me what AI-generated video has come to.
Oh, wait, that's because you don't drive a Bugatti, you drive a Koenigsegg instead? I'm sorry, Ki, I knew something was off. A Bugatti is way too cheap for you. I was like, there's no way that Ki would drive a Bugatti.
I mean, the fact that you're immediately able to come up with an even more expensive car tells me what you've been looking at with your Twitch millions as a streamer, you know?
Yeah, with my Twitch, with knowing that I can't afford the things that you've been driving around in. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Good, Kihan.
You know what you can actually do, though, in the Czech Republic, and I find it kind of cool, is you can whip out money, and then you can basically choose a license plate.
You can do that here, too.
You know, maybe a Koenigsegg is not on the cards for me, but
It's like
maybe
it's like 2,000 euros to get your number plate personalized.
I didn't look into it. I just know that you can here.
Yeah, but every time I see one of those people drive around, I'm like, why?
Because you can is sometimes.
I know,
just the
but
question.
still,
The
dude.
answer. Anyway, though, Penguins against CTR. So I guess mostly a Ukrainian team against, a mostly Czech team here that are going to be facing off. And I guess if you had to characterize, especially the CTR team here, is that basically their motto is slow and steady wins the race.
We will never make it again to second place.
Oh.
I mean, not at this
Not
pace.
taking any kind of prisoners today.
Bro, they have to prove themselves, man. It's not the first time they get here, but like, what is the most memorable result for CTR in recent memory?
There is none.
Exactly.
All right, coming into this one though, CTR picking the WBR double STRV, a singular CS63 coming in with an S-Conk as well, then triple 279, a singular IS7 and 5 260s.
Penguins, on the other hand, double IS7, double 60TP, double S-Skunk, double 279, double 907, double SCRV, double EBR, and a Badger.
Man, can we have the Chieftain meta back just so we can?
That's what I was thinking.
Just so we can be done with the lineups quicker.
If you look at the lineup of Penguins, Sokihan, you're the Badger. Because everybody else has a friend.
Oh, but the Badger is the damage dealer. That's not really my position.
They're all damage dealers.
Patras, though, exchanging spots with Positive, but not really a lot of other information getting exchanged. Oh, good shot into Patras, though. Make that good shots here by the team of Penguins. Patras needing to be careful. That was too much of an overpeak in the middle, and he doesn't even get info for it, except which tanks shot at
Exactly. He
him.
knew
That
he
is
shot
called
him.
doing a key hand.
No, you wouldn't take a single... Kian, don't do yourself short. You wouldn't take a single shot for that.
I mean, yeah, because I would like completely stand in the open of the ridgeline, and
Bro,
no
you
one
would
would
just-
expect it. Forsey be taking another one, though.
Yeah. Instead of like trying to like hide Kihan, you would drive fully over and everybody would be like confused. They wouldn't hit you.
Floki, in the meantime, not getting hit by 4CB as well. That did even stop to try and penetrate that HE shell, but not going to connect here. And Floki is going to make it out. Full HP does get unlit. And this means that 4CB is now going to be trying to spot something up here on that hill. I said in the Badger is going to make himself a cozy nest in A1. Not the first time that we see that today. And I think we also need to mention that it's Penguins defending here. They're doing so with more HP currently. You can see I said just continuously knocking more and more and more trees. Meanwhile, the CTR trap here in the 1-2 line. Waiting for something, I guess. And if you asked Sakalito already, he's probably complaining about the short game time and that he cannot do more blind shots.
Kian, I got a question. Where is the remote? I need the fast forward button.
Yeah, arrow up in the replays, but in the live gameplay, I'm afraid that remote hasn't been invented yet.
Start working, Kian.
Well, I guess, we came to watch CTR, but instead we are going to watch CSA once again. With their signature gameplay that have led them to some success in the past. I think the biggest success they had was the pay-safe card Clan Rivals. All the way back in like 19. That was an entire week of streams. I fondly remember that one. But yeah, Ondra getting outspotted by 4CB in the EBR, but is obviously going to relay the information that the EBR is somewhere around here. This is going to prompt 4CB to keep his due distance from that CS63, but as the CS doesn't have CVS, this means the EBR is going to be able to stay unspotted. But as time progresses, it's CTR who needs to do something.
No, they don't.
Uh,
Technically, they don't.
I mean, they're attacking.
Yeah, and? Yeah, and. The question is, and, Gihan. Does that imply... Ooh, that's a nice blind. Don't know who it was, but that was a really nice blind. Does that mean that you actually have to push forward? Technically, yes.
Well, technically, yes, if you want to win the round. I mean, yeah.
I don't want to bash CTR, but it's the one thing that annoys me so much about their team.
Well, rotation starting now with the 279s. I think after 4 minutes, they have finally come to the conclusion that Penguins is not going to do some blind commit with little chance of succeeding. So I think we are seeing an adjustment because of that realization now.
The realization is coming that they have to attack, and it's going to be over the 6 line with the 60s. I like the move here from CTR. Ondra immediately getting tracked. Hopefully for him, not a secondary track coming out. Brainbreaker there in that I7. He's getting peeked by the double 279 from the mid. That's Sakalito and Crazy, where not too much that he can do about this, of course, in that I7. There's no really anywhere for him to go. The 260s might even find an angle as well, and there's not a chance in the world that Penguins doesn't just give up Brainbreaker in that I7. As you can see, Ondra Skirpy already moving towards 1-2 line. They gotta be careful about being a little bit over eager though. There's still quite a few times there, ready and waiting to shoot them. But at least it was a quick move.
Yeah, it was a decisive strike. Brainbreaker paying the ultimate price for it from the other side, from A6. The S-Kong is now starting to peak, starting to put shot after shot into those 260s here that have big problems. Namely, those problems being that there is S-Kongs and 60TP still hold down in A3, and they have no way of spotting that STRV in A1. They have no way of spotting the Badger. Fluky now with that EBR though is going to come in to sweep out 4CB. That does get picked up, so good stuff by CTR moving forward. They have less HP, but they're starting to get those positions.
Yeah, but Saka needs to be really careful though in that 279. I mean, he's just kind of driving in no man's land at this very moment. Positive is still there in the secondary EBR to outspot the tanks at the back. They really need to find angles on Beast right now. That is the most important part. That 279 needs to fall. Radim there also still getting outspotted. Radim just falling to Beast. I think he drove a little bit too high, you know? Driving through the top part of the road. Now you see Saka in trouble as well. And his 279 Fluky coming for the clear. Hasn't found anything yet. Hasn't found anything just yet. Finds Positive, finds Rambo, finds Ice. But where's the damage?
The damage is nowhere to be found. Yeah, basically a lot of priority tags. The Badger, the SRV, the EBR, all of them getting spotted, but none of them falling. Now Patras establishing a very aggressive position in his EBR, but as we take a look at the HP currently, still 7k up for the side of Penguins, and they're probably going to realize that some EBR is very close, as the EBR of Positive tries to make it behind the Badger here, as he did get spotted, shots raining in. This should be them now realizing that Patras is super close, but on the other side of the map, nothing's really happening, and the fact remains, CTR, they spent so much time setting all of this up, and at the end of the day, 2 minutes and 36 seconds, maybe they're able to clear out A1, but at the end of the day, they still have to, the other side of the map as well, the northeast, they're not able to exert pressure there. They don't even have an overmatch.
And I think we're starting to understand, right, even for the people at home, that there's a reason why teams push on to A6 with those 260s, for example, like we've seen Envil do in the past. And why is that? Well, it creates angles onto Beast, but also it creates angles onto the A3 position. The 60TP S-Kong, they're too tall to sit there without getting shot, but they don't have that, right? They just have the 3-line 260s. You know what I'm saying? It's not quite as good IMO.
Yeah, now finally, though, the angles on towards Beast start to get found, as he's down towards 79 HP. Some more HE is surely going to finish him off, but that still leaves a lot of very healthy tanks. And Patras, they're getting spotted in that EBR. This now enables Positive to do another spotting run. We'll have to wait and see. Positive and Patras spotting each other out. Patras falling, Positive in turn, but that is just a trade with the EBRs as Penguins starting to explode into action on the 0 line, where they have an overmatch, but they don't really have a lot of HP. Little down towards one shot in that ISM. Lakina taking a lot of shots here for driving over that hill as well.
Yeah, Little there does get a non-connection by Ondra, so he's going to be able to do one more shot. Ondra might find him now in the CS, he does. But still, though, Kian, the time, man, there's no even a need to push this because they can't clear A1. How do they clear A1? Ever.
Oh, Evo getting set on fire. That is insult to injury as those 907s just chewing up this 260 here as Ondra, another failed penetration on towards the 907s as Neko jumps down here, and it's going to be Lakina not to pick it up. This means that Neko Heinz once again has to turn his gun, does get the pen, 40 seconds left. The 8-3 position still holding strong. The tanks there are still holding on. Even more than that, it's now Penguins all over the map realizing that they have the advantage and they are hungry for more.
Hungry for more, but they've already got the round in the bag, 20 seconds left. But yeah, I think missing a 6 there is really, really important for CTR. Those 260s on the 3 line, what did they achieve? I mean, it was quick, but what did they achieve?
Well, it felt like they were taking a lot of map control from Penguins, but you know the tanks by Penguins were actually so disciplined with staying in the positions that they did, that at the end of the day it didn't matter that a lot of map control had been taken by CTR in a very short amount of time. Yeah, the pickup onto Brainbreaker looked good at the start, but then again, we've seen other 6-line pushes that actually did succeed, and what did all of them have in common? They picked up more than one tank in the middle of the map, and after that they took that crucial A6 position, yeah, from which the S-Conk was able to then counter against the 260s until he was finally shut down. If he even was, not sure about that.
Yeah, if they have A6, they can crossfire the 60 TP and the S-Conk because, you know, they're too tall to really sit there unscathed. And once you do that, then you can move down the 3 line through the outside, like you saw Envil do quite a few times. You wouldn't lose Saka, you wouldn't lose Radim, and then you can peek from the top. Definitely potential there, but now they just lost that double 279 really for free. The 260s didn't have the greatest impact either. And the fact they waited until nearing 5 minutes also cost them, you know. The more time you have, the better.
Yeah, as the attacker, that's definitely true, and it feels like this time management that we've been criticizing years ago already is just the remaining factor that is problematic here. But even with more time, I think that at some point during this game, the team of Penguins realized that, hey, we're so far ahead, yeah, we can just run away with it, and they would have, you know, killed all if it had come down to it. And I think Aka was the Super Conk. Was he the one in A3?
I think so. No, it was Aka, I think.
Okay, because the only other Super Conk was Crespix, but he didn't even really do a lot.
No, I think Crespix was over the rails, if I'm not mistaken. I think Cresp was over the rails, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that is going to leave us with a 1-0 scoreline. Now the sides are going to get switched, and this means in turn that I think CTR is going to be playing on a side that they much more, like, that suits their playstyle a lot better.
Because they don't have to move?
Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah. That's what I tried to say. I don't think the problems stop there, though, for them. Like, yes, they get to defend now, so they're probably going to like that. But Penguins have shown in the past that, you know, Prokhorovka is one of those maps that you can play it fast as well. Envil is one of those teams as well that, you know, they seem to never slow play, and they seem to always get away with it. So... yeah, the problems for CTR don't stop here, and the fact is also that this is a best of 5. So 1-0 down, yeah, you still have room for mistakes, but one more mistake and you're up against the match point. So it can go very, very quickly here.
Yeah, it can, and that's just best of 5, right? You lose this round and you're immediately looking against match point, and that's going to be I don't think, like I said, I don't think CTR is the kind of team to win 2-0.
First of all, we have to see them win anything here, as Penguin looking to extend the lead to the match point, and CTR don't want to let that happen. But if the past round we saw as anything to go by, then maybe they don't even have the means to do that. Talking about the means of doing anything, I think it is time to have a look at the setups of round number 2. Penguins against CTR. CTR coming into this one with once again double EBR. Then SRV, Badger. We have 5 907s, a singular S-Conk, triple 279, 1 260, and an IS-7.
And an IS-7 to round it up. Against Penguins, a little bit easier lineup. 4 60TPs, 4 260s, 3 907s, double SCRV, and double EBR. You want to read Penguins lineup next round? Because they seem to be more of the, a few of each kind of team.
Well, we can do that next round. There is going to be at least one more as we see the openings going on by CTR, sending Patras in that EBR to the middle, Floki in that EBR towards the 890 line. Same thing, not same thing happening here for the side of Penguins, as they do send double EBR towards the middle, but 4CB and Patras both taking hits here. Meaning that the EBR HP over both teams is actually kind of even, but the information advantage is there for CTR for now, simply because the triple 60 TP going through the middle was spotted, and the double 260 going in towards the ditch as well, but the punishment rather lackluster for this important position taken for the side of Penguins. And also look at Positive where he is. He made it in towards E1. The information on the EBRs of the enemy team just enabling him to do so.
Yeah, bit risky from Positive. He's not going to find too much from that, though. There was also one more spot, by the way, that Patras got that we missed out on, was Brainbreaker. One of the 260s on the 6th line was spotted by Patras, but doesn't look like CTR really reacted to that, because those 260s are still there. There's not much extra cover than usual. 97s are reaching 0-9. There's a timer here on the Penguin team right now. The longer they wait, the worse it's going to get for them.
The quintuple 907 here on that 0 line starting to form up a push, and the problem for Penguins is that they have double EBR on that 1-2 line essentially here, and so all the information potential that they have is on a side where, well, they are not going to get pushed realistically. CTR, they have a prime position right now for over pushing the hill. There is only Diavol in that SRV who could realistically punish, and maybe the 260s from the middle, one shot each, but that's going to be it. If they even hit that, if they even have the render distance to do so.
I think they're going to send in 4CB, by the way. Yeah. It was looking at, like, everybody's getting ready for 4CB to clear. Oh, he swung out a little bit wide. He swung out a little wide immediately. I don't know if it was the IS-7, but I think he went slightly wide, Patras did get spotted, so that's so important, but he was already running quite far. I don't know if they will be able to find the kill on Patras. And this sparks the rotation, though. 0 line and 6 line. 6 line for Penguins, 0 lines for the CTR team. And they might find the IS-7, but they're going to lose Dries rather quickly. And this is what I like it from CTR so far.
Yeah, CTR going to find a 0 line over push here currently, but in turn, combat in that IS-7 is going to fall. And this means that essentially Penguins, they've split the map in the north, but CTR, they have taken the entirety of the east even. And now Diavol here with that SRV probably didn't even run in time, trying to make his way away as Brainbreaker does get picked up by Radim in that 279. Nico Heinz so far unable to finish off the IS-7 of combat. That's doing a good job of staying alive. Nico Heinz taking another one into the side from the 279. Does hit the gun of combat. Skill issues coming into effect for Penguins.
Skill issues indeed, and he might not even kill combat, by the way. Face-hugging IS-7 is actually very, very annoying. He does find him a good movement there, gets him out, but look at the HP. Look at the positions. It's 6k down for Penguins.
It's 6k down for Penguins, and it's also down in positions. If you take a look right now at the minimap, the defender has 3 3/4 of the entirety of the map. The only tank that is committed in that 260 in D5, the only forward bulwark, that is Nico Heinz, and he's down towards one shot. So the ability for him to make plays actually very limited. And with those very mobile 907, CTR can actually threaten to overpush anywhere at any point in time. Penguins needs to be wary of that. That being said, though, 6k down in HP and also down in guns, so they need to find an overmatch somewhere. They need to find it soon. They're starting to reshuffle those 260s, but also the problem remains that Penguins, they have double STRV that they cannot really commit into the fight, and one of those is already down to 500.
Yeah, one of those is indeed down to 500 HP. They're just covering 1-2 line. Sakai retaking the middle. Wants to probably take down Nico Heinz in that 260 because, well, I mean, he simply can do that. But it will be the big repush. Skittle, Aka, Ice, Beast, and Lakiner will find Evo as their first target. A good shot there from Nico Heinz. The last one he will do in this battle. Sakalito takes him up, but this is the overpush. Evo getting deleted immediately, and they're continuing to push towards the zero line. Skittle's actually going to pull back over. Ondra's position is now isolated in that 907. Same with that 260, actually. They are taking damage on this crossing, but once they reach the rocky hand, they will actually be in relative safety from that position. They will be able to get this 907 out, and once this 907 falls, the 260 on the lower side, on the 6th line, is going to be the next one. So in terms of moves, it's pretty good here so far, and the 60Ps are covering the hill. Positive did get cleared by Patras, though, but didn't really get
Patras
too much.
Patras completely down and out of the game. Fluky, they're in that EBR now, also trying to make anything happen, but you can see Andra there in that 260, just getting peppered to pieces by those 260s. By those 907s. Floki even dying towards Positive here. Yeah, the STRVs live in this scenario, and that means that the team of Penguins that was trailing a lot, now only behind 500 HP. CTR?
Yeah, but you have more issues, by the way. The issues don't stop here. The issues is Positive alive, but look at Scorpion and Cosmo. They need to run. If they stay there, they will get owned really hard. And Positive is still spotted, though, so he needs to be careful. He's trying to clear. He should honestly just dip back down. He's going a little bit too aggro for what it is. He has some time to work with, but right now he's kind of throwing away his tank as well. He'll even have to jump on towards Sakalito, who's getting peeked, though, from the middle. Sakalito might just make a mistake here. So he misses the shot. They need to pick Positive up, because if Positive, or if Saka dies here, Positive is going to be able to live, but Froley is actually the one to shut it down. A little bit of an over-eager move from Positive as well in return.
A little bit of an over-eager move, and now actually the pressure is on towards the Penguins as well. Good shot by Diavol, though, to remove the 279, to remove Sakalito from the equation here. So once again, the gun advantage is going to be there for the Penguins, now even the HP advantage, but they only have 3 minutes to work with, and they need to somehow convert this into kills, into being able to snowball the enemy. The timer is on.
Yeah, the timer is on. They need 3 line, they need 6 line. I mean, they're sending Rambo in the SRV. Woodok is crossing over in the 907, so he will make it across. The SRV, of course, gifted with great camo key hands, right?
He should be able to theoretically outspawn, and that is not the first time today that we see an STRV being made into a makeshift spotter somehow, trying to get anything done here. Early on the STRVs, I think on Diavol, for example, I saw the low noise, the rammer, and the vents, but we'll have to wait and see, as Froley there with a blind shot with his Badger, and we can see Rambo now sieged up. So it's going to be very, very slow with the reactions that he's going to be trying to do. Vuk with that 60 TP.
He spots out Froley.
Being pushed in. Froley getting spotted, but Diavol spotted for that push as well. And we all know that the Badger is going to be able to overmatch the SJRV. The first shot coming in 489, down towards 10 HP. Diavol probably going to try to book it out of there with that SJRV. Froley does not get the kill shot.
Yeah, Rambo should actually start capping, by the way, already. They're going to try and clear this. Rambo's getting spotted out now. Vuk coming in as well. He needs to live. They need to get tanks on the cap. Gihan, yes, killing is one thing, but they need to start capping as well. It's so many things they have to do at the same time. Here, Froley down towards the one-shot. Diavol should be able to get it. Woodog spotted out. Mirek spotted out as well. The miss there on that Badger. Somebody's got to kill him. Froley now turning back. Vuk just pushing towards Mirek, towards Woodog. And you can see the cap has started. Aka actually in the 260 picks it up. And now they're going to put triple cap pressure, force the remainder of CTR to come back in. It's 20 seconds. This is a quick cap at this moment in time. The SCRV of Mirek will just explode as well in that 1v1 against the 60p. Not much he can do about that. 12 seconds left. There's going to have to be a reset, but who's going to do it? The tanks from CTR that are left are out of position. 6 seconds. The Escort might just about make it, but even Scrippy is 900 HP. It's unlikely he's going to get that reset. 2 seconds left. 1 second left. Where's the reset? It's not coming because Crespix with the body block shuts it down, and even in this round, CTR unable to convert it into a win.
Yeah, the Penguins somehow manage to snatch a second round, a second victory from what felt essentially like the jaws of defeat, right? CTR, they had everything. They had it in the bag, basically. They just needed to play from the positions that they had, and they needed to not get surprised anywhere.
Bro, if you're pushing 1-2, at least have people aiming, you know? Like,
yeah.
Positive didn't even die. I mean, they're even lucky Positive misplayed after, right? If Positive doesn't misplay Keyhand, they would have lost 1-2 so hard.
Yep.
This why are they re-pushing 1-2? But WBR, like, okay, CDR did, Penguins did a good move, yeah, all across the K line. They generated some kills, but we also saw that they weren't able to continue down after. Right.
Yeah, there were enough tanks aiming towards the hill to shut that down, but in the end, yeah, CTR demonstrating that, you know, they are maybe not on the level that is required to basically, you know, put up a fight with Penguins. And I think that's just the harsh reality of it, right?
Yeah, this round they panicked. They pushed 2 EBRs down 1-2. Okay, clearing Positive when you know he's E1 or have a good clue, fine. But people have to be aiming. Yeah, you don't do it by yourself. But the Fluky, he was an H2K. He was throwing. He was between 2 SCRVs and an EBR, and nobody to help him.
Yeah, Ducky, I think it's a fair assessment to say that it's likely we're not making it to tiebreaker. Himmelsdorf, a map on which we have seen Penguins in the part with some pretty explosive openings. CTR, or rather CSA back in the day, Himmelsdorf was one of the maps on which they did have quite the successful streaks as well. But those times are long gone, and now I guess at least for the European server, new kid on the block for Penguins, they are looking to put their foot down, to put the pedal to the metal, and to storm into the next round of the lower bracket, because they just need one more round. It's uno mas for them, and CDR is going to be out of the tournament after, well, so far a pretty disappointing showing, if we're honest.
Yeah, and it's so sad actually, because 4CB already died in the beginning of the game. You know, it's only Positive left, and if CTR just falls back to the defensive posture, okay, even on HP, I don't think Penguins gets through it. I honestly don't think so. Because SCRV Badger, I think, hold 1-2 with double EBR, right? Against just Positive, but they're double EBR that are both playing 1-2 key, Positive should always die. And then you have the other EBR to spot. Badger, SCRV, and I think maybe 1907, if even. I think holds 1-2, and then they're fine, but like, they overreacted so hard.
Yeah, I think they kind of panicked and then wanted to do too much of the same time, because they realized, hey, we have an advantage, so we still have to make that advantage count. If we lay back, then we're giving the initiative to the opposing team. But they tried to achieve too much at the same time, overextended, and thus just ended up losing the round entirely.
If we're going to be hypercritical, by the way, we can also say that the positions to hold the repush weren't the greatest. I think that's fair, right?
Yeah.
If you remember, there was a 907 close to the rails, right? Once a double 260 was spotted, right, from penguins, they were coming towards the rails. You know the repush is coming, yeah? You drive towards the, what would you call the little lake? Water below the hill? Well, yeah, whatever. Like the water below the hill, you play from there, from that pocket, so you force them to have to commit into it. Or you just farm them crossing. And same for the 260. He shouldn't be there anymore either. But anyways, that was then. This was now. CTR, triple 260, 4 279s. 760 TPs, and I didn't have time to beat the rest. What was it? A 50B? Anyone behind it?
I think that was it. And for Penguins, meanwhile, we have a singular EDR on Himmelsdorf that's going to be sent immediately towards the 1 and 2 line. We have double E4, 1 mouse, 1 BZ, triple 50B, and the rest is going to be 60 TPs. CTR going to be starting off on the attacking side, both of the teams rocking 40,000 plus HP. This is a slightly delayed 2-3 line push. This is going to force a reaction from Penguins to essentially turn around with a few of the people that are going towards the hill. Maybe K-line repush, but that is very, very standard from CTR, what we are seeing right now, I would say.
Yeah, and Diavol is already eager to push. You'll take Aka and Rambo with him and maybe one more 50B to push that out. And Ondra and Combat, they are in trouble. They're not winning that part of the map, and I think Combat's already realized this. Hondra as well, he's running away. Might not even get caught too much. One shot from the BZ should be guaranteed. One shot from the 50B as well, so minus 1k. Penguins has to be careful on this part of the map to not over push their advantage. They might get a little bit more damage, but you know, there's an E100 as well, so they can't really do that. But they are able to pretty much set up the way they want to for Mercedes though.
Exactly. Now here in the southwestern part of the map, what you're calling the Mercedes, a full-on push by CTR, who are currently trailing 2k HP, but no kills as of yet. 4CB trying to do what he can, holding off against Floki and Radim here. Little there, as one shot in the E4, not getting picked up as of yet. 4CB down towards 442. The first kill going the way of the Penguins, taking out Lucker, and CTR for tournament survival are trying to overpush in the southwest of Himmelsdorf. Are they going to be met with success is the question, because they're pushing into so much meat, into so much firepower, and they're losing tanks for it. Meanwhile, their own cap is in a predicament as well.
The info was there so early for Penguins, and they're still clearing. They're still trying to clear. They have too many tanks on the K line for CTR that are just not really doing too much right now. You have 3 of them there not fighting. Well, you see the rest of the Penguins team, they're all in what we call Mercedes, fighting in those streets, in those lanes of Himmelsdorf, trying to hold off CTR. The goal isn't even to win the fight, it's to extend the fight long enough so that they can cap. But I'm pretty sure that even without that, they would be winning the game as well, because still, they're trying to hold on. 4CB, how is he still alive?
Yeah, 4CB almost getting away with murder there, getting shut down finally. But so is CTR. Penguins, after a daylight robbery of a game number 2, coming in strong in game number 3. The defending team securing the cap is always going to mean a victory for them, because, you know, you can extend the time for as long as you want in that other cap, but, you know, as soon as the defending team caps out to 100, that means they've won either way.
Yeah.
A disappointing showing from CTR. I don't, like, it sounds harsh, but I think that's the reality, sorry.
True. This round, I mean, okay, they're pushing 1-2. Too many times K-line, number 1, I think. They have to come in through the 3 line, you know, one way or another, to the south part of it or the north part of it. Doesn't really matter, but they have to come into the fight. Because Penguins had maybe like one guy out of the fight. He was in the church. The rest is all fighting in those streets. And like I said, the goal is not to win the fight. That's not the goal at all. The goal is to extend it for as long as humanly possible, so you win the north and you can cap. And then on the 8 line, the 260 and 50B on the hill, I think they waited too long to run away, because you want to get that 260 back to A4, I think, with the 50B as well, IMO. And now they were like, they pulled back the other 50B, they pushed off the hill, and they found that overmatch, you know?
Yeah, and then there's also a few micro things.
Right? We'll see 4CB with some block damage, for sure.
Yeah, like, how is he allowed to stay alive for so long? It seems like, because, you know, in random battles, it's always nice to pump up your damage, etc. But in competitive 15v15, 7v7, being greedy for those kills is actually the important thing, because that removes guns, that removes options from the enemy team. But both Little and 4CB were both allowed to stay alive for what felt like an eternity. And I guess now we're going to see on 4CB if actually the shooting wasn't the problem on towards him. He has no block damage. It's just that the focus fire.
One.
Yeah,
But there was the gun hit or something. But they still didn't kill him, by the way. Like,
yeah.
I mean, not shooting him is the same thing as bouncing him. IMO.
Yeah.
I mean, you get the same result out of it. But the E4s are exactly meant to do that, though. In against 1-2 pushers, this is a bit older meta with the E4s. I've seen it before. You know, they're supposed to just do as much damage as they can pushing down, which they achieved, and they held. And I think against the other positions, like CTR could have won this push, but I think Positive gave really good early info with that EBR. And he wasn't supposed to spot the 3 line, he was supposed to spot if tanks were trying to sneak through the A line. So you know exactly how much is pushing down when you see the 3 line. And they were able to react well to it. And CTR's push was not good enough.
Yes, CTR coming in and going out of the tournament with, at least in the player stage, not a single victory, not a single round to their name. And I think for the time being, that's enough from us. Let Insane and Octo hammer home the lessons that CTR needs to take from this. Guys, take it away.
Thanks a lot, and well, yes, that's what we're scared of. We're scared of seeing Penguins completely dominate against CTR in that BO5, and that's exactly what happened. A convincing 3-0 victory for Penguins that is going to be moving to the next round of the losers bracket. What did you think about that one?
To be honest, it felt like the player skill from Penguins carried them a little bit. I wouldn't say the strats... I feel like the strats were kind of even, to be honest. It was just the player skill for a lot of it. And a little bit of rotations, especially on the Himmelsdorf battle, but we'll point that out later.
Yeah, I think we can also discuss about the way they decided to play on their Proco defense, but we'll get to that with the replays in a bit. I felt like CTR, they could have definitely won a few rounds against Penguins, and you said it yourself, it's a BO5, you go 2-0 down on the first map, and then it's straight up match points, so it was really hard for them to actually come back, especially on Himmelsdorf, a map where Penguins is really good.
Yeah, I mean, you never want... It was also Penguins' map pick, the second map as well, so you never want to go down 2-0 on your map pick in a best of 5. That's just the worst. But yeah, so Penguins moves on to match 6, so then we'll watch Goldfish and W next. Whoever wins that, we'll move on to play Penguins in the lower bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, just to say it, Proco was Penguins' pick, actually. They always pick that map. CTR went for Himmels, and yeah, you could see they went for something aggressive, but well, good reactions from the side of the Penguins. That is going to be facing, like you mentioned, the winners of the last match of the day, Goldfish versus W, and this one is going to be a rematch of what we had during the group stage in the last weekend. W, they didn't finish first of their group, and that's also why they didn't make it in the winners brackets. Goldfish was in front of them. They won though 4-2 against Goldfish, so they're definitely gonna want to take the same victory against them today to stay alive in the tournament. But I think Octo, the replays are ready. We should probably take a look at them. It was fast between those two teams. It was a 3-0 victory for Penguins, but it's interesting to see what happened. As we see, CTR was starting on their attack, Penguins on the defense on Proco, and the initials was not that bad for the side of CTR with the 5-6 line push, because you could see that Penguins didn't have that much of an answer for it, but then this decision to go across the B line and not establish around A6, probably a mistake.
Yeah, big problem was not establishing A6 like you said, and they didn't really have F5 control either, so they weren't really bleeding the 2 line when CTR spot and the EBR, not really get damage at all. So they didn't have bleed on the 2 line, and they didn't have bleed on B6, so the initial was pretty bad. But Penguins gets really aggressive again, like the last match. They do this 0 line push when they really don't really have to.
Yeah, I don't think it was that necessary for the side of Penguins on their defense. They had such a lead that they could have held, but well, they wanted to take those kills. Well, the Kinner didn't, but Nikolai said thank you very much. So yeah, it's gonna be a convincing victory on their defense. A bit disappointing from the side of City here, the decision making wise. But next up, we had the feeling it was once again great from the side of CTR to start with, Patras making it away alive. And you could see that then the push from the North 7s over the hill was the right one. In return, you had Penguins pushing over the 5-6 lines with the 260s. So after those initials trades, you had the feeling that CTR they had the positions to take the victory in their defense, but well, you'll get to see in a bit. The EBRs decided to make some special plays, kind of suicided into the 1-2 lines against double STRV and the EBR, and Penguins with the repush over the kill line actually managed to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, that 907 and K7, after you take the hill and they didn't push the 2 line, you don't need the 907 there. You need the 260 and G6. You can hold further back. Not you mentioned that they were tough and split in that they could not hold that repush correctly, and it gave the chance for Penguins to come back in this battle to cap it out.
And I feel like the lack of EBR at the end from the side of CTR to get the early spots over the middle, over the 1-2-3 lines. And yeah, you had Penguins, they managed to sneak all the way to the A line, facing the Badger, having the tank at F1, E1 to get the shots on the side, then clearing the A1 position, getting the cap done. It was close time-wise. Well, yes, they had like 40 seconds left, but they managed to make it work. And then it was straight up match point on Himmels, and they were on their defense. And you could see that reaction-wise, they went for the overpush on the hill, and they managed to hold just long enough on the lower side their base to make it work for the cap themselves, the north.
Yeah, so if you notice, they're brawling in the H4 area. That actually CTR pushed the 4 line first before they were even in H3 or the K line. So they really needed to just chill for a second and wait for their team to do that collectively. That's a huge reason why that brawl just went a lot slower than it needed to, and ended up getting capped out in the north because the north cleaned up the CTR tanks much quicker than they could win the south.
Yeah, I mean, when you have those teams that go for such openings, it's pretty much a cap race. But, well, Penguins, they had the perfect amount at the north, the perfect amount at the south to hold. So, at the end of the day, they're going to take it. It's a well-deserved victory for them, 3-0. Just like Kian mentioned, I'm a bit disappointed by a CTR performance, I have to say. Especially because, for example, on the Proco run on their defense, I really thought that they had it and they would take it. At the end of the day, 3-0, good stuff, Penguins. Next step is going to be the losers bracket, and it's going to be either against W or Goldfish, which is the last match of the day we'll be covering. It's a BO5, and I'm actually eager to see what W is going to bring, because that's a very good team that we have seen evolve in the past few 7v7, 15v15 tournaments, and it was a bit of a surprise to not see them in the winners bracket this time.
Yeah, I mean, they have a mix of players. The EU players, I believe RU, maybe I'm wrong, and then they have some NA players as well playing with them, so that's an interesting team dynamic. And then so Luke is RU, and then on top of that, they played each other in the group stage, and W came out on top. He said it was very interesting. Like I had previously said, they had a Fish Bay game that came down to like 0 seconds. So these teams are very close, in my opinion. We'll see.
I mean, W was the team that made it all the way to the finals in the last tournament, even from the winners bracket, taking the victory against Envil earlier, then against Aurora in the finals of the winners bracket. So that's definitely a team that we're going to want to follow. 70% of the viewership of the community going with them, which is not a surprise, especially after the performance of Goldfish against Envil in the winners bracket semi-final. What's your take on it, though?
I think Goldfish should be given a little bit more credit. They did play Envil. Their strats weren't necessarily that bad. They just kind of got outplayer skilled. But W is a more recognizable name, I feel like, more at least recently. So it makes sense why the community is going with them.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get to see that shortly. But for the last time of the day, just before going live into this match, we are going to go back to the cast desk to hear what Kihan and Daki have to say. Please show us the pick and bans, your insight. We want to hear it. Guys, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back with both Ducky and I. And just as we had a short match, number 3 today, obviously the analysis segment doesn't take a lot of time either. And this means that now we have arrived at the last match of the day. It's going to be Goldfish against W, but it remains to be seen if it's going to be more of a treat to watch as the last one. It's not going to be hard.
No, but this match will not be a short one, IMO. Between these two, I mean, it still depends a little bit on Goldfish more than it depends on W, IMO, because we saw Goldfish kind of crumble under the pressure of playing against Envil. I think that's fair to say. They did kind of fall apart, especially on their last round that they played against them. W, more experienced team, more experienced players, have longer runs in the playoffs. They've been on form, but in the groups, things did not go their way.
No, in the group stage, the team of W that has been well established by now are showing some uncharacteristic weakness. Coming in under their captain Frugo here. An international team with a lot of very, very highly skilled players. Some even from the Great Pond, namely External and OP. Reinforcements coming in from North America here, and other than that, they're just spread out all over Europe. But that hasn't really been stopping them in the past. There seem to be no communication issues in between them. And for the team of Goldfish, obviously we have the Trick guys, then we have some Balkan players as well, but also kind of a mix.
Yeah, kind of a bit of everything, right? I think Jacob is Polish, like I mentioned. Danny, Sunny, Spieler are Hungarian. Wesley is Dutch. Maren is Dutch as well, I think. Nevas Croatian. There's a lot of Balkan players in here as well. I'm not gonna guess where all of them are from, but
I think Lukin Trandov Czech as well.
Yeah. Kajaklu is Czech or Slovak? No. I mean, he's one of the two.
I wouldn't know. The
Just
point
all
we're
over the
trying to
place.
make is basically an international team as well. They're most likely going to be communicating in English. And this now leads us towards the map pick and bans. Live Oaks getting taken out by W. They don't want to play that map. Fisherman's Bay in turn getting shut out by the team of Goldfish. This means we're going to be starting with Cliff. All right.
Ooh, good one.
And
I
then
like it.
going to be going into Prokhorovka.
I like it. I think the cliff between these two could be pretty even. I still stand by that Goldfish on Cliff wasn't that bad. The first round, it was just... They missed a few things, right? They were too afraid of an overpush and not aware enough of a hill push, because you can counter that from the middle as well. And the second cliff, definitely potential. So even though they lost 2-0, they had something to do there. And W on cliff is not a bad team either. So a 1-1 coming out of that, sure.
Yeah. And then Prokhorovka, possible 1-1 as well. Sand River Moravanka getting banned out. This means that Himmelsdorf is going to be the potential tiebreaker in between the two of them. So I think basically from the way that we're introducing this match, even the viewers are able to see that we are expecting a much more even game than the one we just saw, where, well, realistically, CDR got schooled.
Yeah, but like I said, I honestly think we should be expecting tiebreaker between these two. Prediction-wise, everybody went with W. I think that's respecting their experience. 3-2 for Octo, 3-2 for me. You and Insane thinking 3-1. Wanna guide us through why you think it's a 3-1?
So basically, I think W is gonna take Cliff 2-0, and then it's going to be a 1-1 on the second map with Goldfish taking the first round. Yeah, that's how I think it's going to go, but obviously that was a very detailed outline already. But I have to tell you, I did not read the script for this one, so maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it could still be. I'm just, looking at the maps, I see a lot of potential for 1-1.
I think both of those maps have the potential for a 2-0, and one of them is going to go that way. Just somehow. All right, W coming into the tournament, storming into it even, one might say, bringing a double 907, triple CS. Then we have 5 260s, 4 BZ75s, and Clutch Bart coming in with the 50B.
Goldfish, on the other hand, triple 60 TP, 1 BZ, 6 CSs, an SCRV, and 4 260s. Again, this looks a bit hill-orientated, Gian, from Goldfish. A bit slower as well because of that triple 60 TP. It's not really a lineup that usually challenges 1-2 line. Although it could, but it's just unlikely.
I mean, the triple 60 TP for me personally, raising some questions here. Because, well, those are tanks that just aren't able to, like, get into the nitty-gritty of things from the get-go. And as we can see from the minimap, it's going to be Goldfish attacking. So in the end, those 60 TPs need to be able to go somewhere to have an impact. W, instead, sending 1 CS towards the middle, he's going to be able to spot the 3 CSs that Goldfish is sending up. The external recheck being split off, being split over. Lukin and Sir Jacob taking a lot of damage already. Looking down towards a 2-shot here. Needs to be careful, but I think he's going to make it over. But Trandorf getting set on fire. That is a lot of damage taken. And W, they have those BZ75s that they can send up.
Look at 9-line. This is very quick. This is something that against Envil could have also worked. Immediately putting the middle in a pincer. Because if you get far enough on the south side, Ken, like you see the rocks in front of Pupak, if you get there, you are able to counter the hill. You are able to counter the road up. You are able to shut that down. And that needs to react W. And then the 60 TPs do make more sense.
Yeah, now the 60 TPs in the middle are going to be able to brawl, but the thing is, if W gets BZ75s on towards the hill against the CSs, this should be working out nicely for them. The question is, are they going to make it? We can see a lot of damage being taken. One of the CSs for Goldfish going to be taken in return. The 260 and the 907 going to be putting crossfire on towards the 60 TPs in the middle. I think W is looking for a collapse on towards this triple heavy tank that is in the middle, but Frugo and Magic Tuck both just falling to the grave.
Yeah, but they're driving into the STRV, though, Kian. They're driving into the STRV at A5. And sure, he is spotted out right now, but unless he dies, which I don't think he will, they are going to be always speaking into him. He's going to be farming, and the HP is evening, and the map control is falling for the side of W. Soon, that last remaining BZ there on that hill part, he will not live, he will not last, and then Hill is free. Hill counters Barkis' position as well, but they're doing a good job though by extending the HP lead 3k for W. They do find that 60p before the BZ's even dying.
Oh, Infinity down towards a one-shot here. Check with another shot into the side of Nepal. Not going for the kill shot. Yuzek now starting to peek into that STRV as well. Does get the pickup. Isani, though, in return with a pickup on towards Fly. This means that any kind of pressure is going to be gone on the hill. The STRV, though, getting completely annihilated as well. So W here hanging on and, you know, staying strong, actually. Looking at the HP, they're still up 500. They still have more tanks. White Rock cannot really get pushed here. I don't think he should have enough support if he doesn't take too much more damage from the hill. Isani and Pupak, both of them could drop, though. Pupak taking another shot of damage. Make that a second one. This means he's now going to be a one-shot for the CS63 of White Rock. That does get unspotted. White Rock here starting to fancy himself a peak or two external, able to support from the back lines, so Pupak needs to be careful.
Yeah, and Sunny is in a little bit of a not great position either if the CS from that K-line position can find an angle. I'm not sure which one it is even right now. Is it Rishek? I think it's Rishek. White Rock finds Pupak actually. Yuzek retaking the hill. And I think the biggest issue there, Kihan, for Goldfish, you saw those 60 TP positions on the 5 line? Yeah, I don't think that was that good. Better to be on the ramp.
Now on the minimap, though, there is one more playmaker tank remaining for Goldfish. That is the 260. That is in C8 right now. He could be putting crossfire on towards Yuzek. That now has to turn around, and you can see all the tanks. But W realizing, oh crap, Fen is going to be problematic moving forward. Yuzek there, though, making it into the hold down. Great situational. Yeah, great situational awareness by Yuzek, first of all, though, as Jacob starting to move down here. Yuzek with a swing, not connecting, but I think Jacob is a bit afraid. He doesn't know where Barkis is.
He's on the cap. I mean, he has to be on the cap, right?
Yeah, I mean, he is. A swing by Finn, not connecting in towards Yuzek. That is starting to get boxed in. And now Trundorf coming down, signaling as well.
Jacob?
Jacob. Oh, my dude. That is not how it was supposed to go. And now Yuzek is going to get the pickup onto Trundorf. As he does, Jacob gonna be sliding down. And Goldfish once again with a very good opening on Cliff. But once again, not able to bring it home. Yuzek there, gigantic plays on the hill, but also the Goldfish players there making it easy.
Yeah, and double cap started now. There's no way to decap this. They stayed around the hill a little bit too long, I would say. A few more things like the CS at D3, D4, which was Giborniasti. He didn't drop off, for example, so he just kind of stayed there and died instead of going to the rock. And you know what the rock does? It forces them to push towards it first before they can even go towards the 60 TP. And then I think the bigger issue is also that the 60 TPs were playing in that close hold down instead of playing from the ramp. I mean, yeah, the 907s are shooting you from behind, but it's also only the 907s compared to everybody peeking you. And the SCRV probably did decent damage. But the CSs from the hill can counter the 907s peeking. So playing on the lower part of the ramp would probably have been better for them, I think.
Yeah, and the thing is, if only the 907s are the ones that can be peeking you, then you can actually start turning your turret and, threaten to punish back against this. Now, yeah, Goldfish, they come into this match here, and I think once again they have like a great idea of what they want to do, but the execution once again falling a bit apart.
Yeah, but again, it was not a bad opening. I mean, pushing through the south does deny the hill. Does deny the BZs taking the hill. But I feel like maybe they had like one tank too much now for it. You know what would have been like, honestly, the shut down, like a 60 TP in the base.
Oof. Or any kind of heavy tank in the base, actually.
Yeah, anything.
Imagine there's like a 260 that's playing hold down. Like, that's also annoying.
I mean, imagine one of the 60 TPs staying, or like, imagine this key, right? You leave one of those heavies in the base, yeah? One of the 60 Ps, or it's 260, let's just say a heavy, and the CS of G-Bomb, right? It drops off immediately when the 1-2 push happens and goes behind the rock. How do they ever kill the heavy?
Well,
they don't.
Long story short, they don't, yeah.
So many things there could have gone better for Goldfish. I like the south play though, but it really maybe too much effort on it because it isolated their north tanks.
Yeah, and like the reoccurring thing or theme even for the side of Goldfish here now being is that we keep commending their openings, we keep commending their strategies, we keep saying, yeah, it's interesting, this could have gone differently, but also what keeps happening is that they lose round after round. So, you know, at the end of the day, beautiful plays by them, but it's not netting them any success. That's the problem.
Unfortunate. I really like the way they're playing Cliff though. It's just such a shame that they haven't won a single round with it. You know, like they have done some like really quick moves, trying to do something different, pick some different tanks, but it hasn't paid off. Maybe in the next one.
Maybe in the next one indeed, and that next one is going to be an important one because once again, lower bracket, the grim darkness of tournament elimination, and possibly not even in the far future for the teams here. And currently the ones that are closer to being knocked out are Goldfish already after this first round here. And W coming strong into this one. I do have a few questions about the reactions of some of the players on their team as well, because they did see that south push kind of early that came around the hill. And I have the opinion that if they start boosting their BZs on towards the hill earlier, then, I'm not really sure if the push around the hill can actually be in time to farm those BZs on the approach, or if the BZs just shut down the CSs on the hill.
Well, for the sake of Goldfish, they need to win this really, really, really badly. I don't think they come back from 2-0.
it would be very unlikely. W coming into this one looking to put themselves on match point. Double 907, double CS, that is 7 260s, and quadruple BZ 75.
Quadruple BZ facing off against 8 BZs, double 50B, and 5 CSs.
So we do immediately see the team of Goldfish turning their sights firmly on the middle of the map of Cliff, only sending G Boniasti in that CS63 towards the 1 and 2 line to possibly get a bit of information for the side of W. We do have a split, sending most of their 260s together with some BZs towards the 1-2 line, leaving some BZs in the middle. The double CS immediately crossing over towards the donut. All of the tanks by W starting to get spotted out, and now check the first one here to peek on towards the crossing tanks. Isani getting spotted in that CS, already taking a lot of damage. Check immediately the crossfire position for him. Kayaklu not taking a lot of damage. He's probably going to make it up on towards the hill, and immediate move around the hill from double CS as well. Once again, Goldfish forcing the engagement from the get-go.
Yeah, forcing the engagement, but taking so much damage. They want to find YOLO in that BZ who's boosting up, but can he get away? Can he get to the top ramp? I think he can. Immediate mid-repush though from the side of W. Coming back in, Nipal the first one to fall, and YOLO doing a cat size, surviving there on the top ramp. The repush is in full effect right now, and can Goldfish actually hold on? Ali now, the first one on the chopping board for W, down towards the one shot. The CSs though from Goldfish from the back lines, A6 and C7 will get good shots though, but will they be able to do enough in this? It doesn't look that way. 6k lead for W, who have made this repush now. Now they're starting to repush towards A6 as well, trying to shut down that CS, that nuisance, that crossfire. They will find it as well, and so far W with the stronger opening, the stronger shooting, and the stronger positioning.
Yeah, for the first time in 4 Cliff rounds, Goldfish actually with a what seems like very bad opening on Cliff here, and it's immediately starting to hurt them. Luquinho in that BZ75 taking another 2 to the face, putting him down towards 715, and Magic Duck in that BZ from the sidelines to pick him up. Goldfish with 7k HP, trailing and counting. CFR also getting shut down. This is just W having that key pressed firmly through, putting a second one on the board. It's going to be match point after Cliff.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I feel like this is the round where you don't want to push through the middle. I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, the only tank that they were essentially collapsing upon was YOLO.
Yeah,
and
they already have CSs around the hill.
They have CSs around the hill, and they're not even, I mean, well,
I mean, it would depend how it works out, though. But with CSs around the hill, taking deep, with CSs around the hill. One more idiot. Come on.
Una más.
I'm reporting them all. 3 days. Oh. Exclamation mark ticket. But yeah, I think with the CSs around the hill already, you just want to be pushed up in the mid, ready to counter them going. Like, I mean, it's just one BZ at the end of the day. Whereas,
yeah, and they didn't even get him immediately.
No, because
right?
he boosted to the top ramp as well, which is funny.
Yeah. So the one thing that they all decided to collapse upon, they didn't even get that kill, and then they were just getting brutally shut down. It looked a bit dicey when W started their repush into into the middle, but that is just the way of how that repush works, is that you're investing a lot of HP immediately right from the get-go, and a lot of the time, because of that, it doesn't end up working out, but this time entirely the correct decision. And yeah, W with 2 rounds on Cliff going immediately towards a match point. And for the team of Goldfish that did have a very cool opening in round number 1, now it's yeah, it's dire times, I think.
Dire times indeed. 2-0 down. We're going on to, was it Himmels?
Yeah, Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka, okay. Yeah, it seems like they're kind of struggling with the playoff segment of the tournament so far. Really good group stage performance, able to put the pressure on any team there, but in the playoffs so far, falling apart.
I mean, 0-6 currently the track record that Goldfish have put onto the board for themselves in this player stage, and that coming in as the first of the group. But we already highlighted earlier today that was a close group. I think one of the closest groups I've seen in the recent years. But nonetheless, they managed to come in as top of their group, and now, you know, after or in the second match that they are playing immediately after the shortest time possible, facing off against being eliminated. Now, Prokhorovka is a different ballgame. If we are looking for anything that could possibly be going the way of Goldfish, is that, well, Cliff was W's map pick, so W probably felt very, very comfortable on it. And, you know, Goldfish picked Proko, so maybe they really wanted to play this map, but the way that the matches have been going, it seems to just not be their day today.
So far, not. So far, not the case. Not getting too much out of the games. Let's see, bro. Maybe Prokhorovka is just their map. Huh? 2-0 on Proko. It would be a shame if they go out this way after being first in their group, losing 4-0, losing 3-0. You don't wish it on any team. Unless it's Brazil in the World Cup, and then you give them one goal. Right, Gian?
Yeah, 7-1 was an experience to watch
in the next two World Cups.
we just don't talk about the German football team in its current state.
What state? State of despair?
They are not even in a state, like, they're not a team currently. Like, man,
has no passion, no energy. Maybe you need to show them the song "I'm Just Ken," you know, and they can get some of their Ken-ergy going.
I mean, it can't get any worse. So you know, might as well try that. All right, it can get worse for Goldfish though, and that would mean going out 0-4 and 0-3. So. You know, they want to show why they're here. They want to show us that, you know, they are actually able to win rounds. I think that is sort of the damage control mode in which they should be in currently. But on the other side, we have this very proven team of W who had an unfortunate group stage, but want to make the Cinderella story happen through the lower bracket. Coming into this one with double EBR, double 907, quadruple S-Conk, double 260 and quintuple 279.
Goldfish, on the other hand, 60 TP, double 279, 6 260s, double S, double S series, and double EBR. So no mediums for them at all.
And we're going to be seeing W opening from north. That is the defensive side of Prokhorovka, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to be passive right from the get-go, sending White Rock towards the 1-2 line, I believe, with that EBR 1-3 line more like, sending the other EBR to the 7-8 line to get an east early spot. And for Goldfish with the double EBR, they have one in the middle, and the other one, I'm not quite sure where it's going currently. I believe he is on the hill. So this means that the EBR by W on the 1-2 line is going to be comfortably setting up in the bushes there. We can see OP Hacker demonstrating that with HE you can indeed fell bushes in and outside the map. And Nepal and Margin immediately taking the F2-3 ditch, not taking any damage for it.
No, the S-Kung is just non-connecting, so for free. Power move for free. You can see a big grouping behind them though. Double SCRV and a lot of 260s, but a big rotation from W, and I like that. Immediately crossing back over the A-line with what seems to be a significant force of the 907s and double 260.
Exactly. No tank in A1 as of yet, though, for the side of W. So the crossfire is not really going to be there. Instead, they're maybe going to be holding the A3 position with those super conks hold down. But the thing is that the rotation happened for the team of W So basically they know and they see that External is going to be loading up in the A0 position here, so they don't really feel threatened on that part of the map currently, especially since also Magic Duck and Fly, as well as Itox are positioned there as well in very, very good positions with those Eskongs and 279 respectively. Giboniasti in the 60 TP taking one from the hill. As he did get spotted, Aisani is not going to be able to see Rishek in those bushes here. And now that double STRV of Kayaklu and Never trying to put shots in towards Ali, but they might be connecting. They're certainly not penetrating.
Yeah.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Is that Rishek with the fire shell?
Yeah.
I mean, full fire crew didn't burn for that much. Just one extra shot.
It's still annoying, especially since he had to burn the rep kit as well for now. So that one's going to be on cooldown. And, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it is not that critical. But, ooh, Rishek there taking a big one to the face. That was an HE and a half. As, yeah, he is down towards 700. That's a 2-shot. And he will have to be a lot more careful.
Yeah, it's good connection there. How much was that? 300? 700?
That was 600 because
600.
EBRs have 13.
Yeah. 600? That's going to be a tree?
Eskong or EBR HE. I mean, both of them.
I mean, EBRHG is like
could roll
500 something alpha, right?
500 exactly, and Eskong has 515, I believe.
Yeah, so from either.
Both of them could roll it.
Could be max roll from. Well, I mean, anyways, it's okay for Rishek. It's only one shot taken. You know, he's trading evenly, Kian. That's all that matters.
I guess, yeah, you could say that. But then again, I think trading evenly in the EBR should never be the goal. That being said, though, Goldfish starting to group up here in that 6 line for a push. Possibly the last push that they're going to do in this tournament because they're up against the wall. Please go to A6, yeah, but there is still going to be Itox waiting, and that is a lot of open ground to cover with a lot of tanks from A3 that are all going to be able to crossfire, especially since there isn't really a spotter. Pupak immediately spotted. The same goes for CFR, so a lot of the guns are going to be starting to turn around, even the Eskongs from the other side having to say about it. Ooh, Itox, yeah. Itox completely getting torn to pieces, and good stuff here by Goldfish, swinging towards the 5 line, so mitigating a bit of the damage that could be flying from the 3 line.
Yeah, mitigating that. Now they have to start overpeaking at 279 in the middle, though. That's Ali. They have to shut him down. Now you see, though, Itox readjusting the position, doing a lot better, able to angle up, but he has to be careful on 780 HP. 1 or 2 shots, even HE, and he will fall.
I mean, Itox so far seems to be able to survive here. Not sure if he's permatracked on that ridge line, but obviously if he drops off too steeply from the rails, you could penetrate him with AP through the tracks as well, but I think he has made it away, and the External now realizing that his A0 position is not going to be providing a lot of value for his team, is going to be reinforcing Itox. But you can see this 5-line push here, it has been halted by the team of Goldfish because they realize with the amount of damage they took from the A3 position, if they send the 260s over and try to cross in towards A6, that would be a death sentence for any of the 260s involved.
Yeah, and Bark is taking some damage in the meantime as well. The issue is the time, though, Kian. It's starting to tick already. Yosi can't really overpeak, of course, because of the fact that there are tanks waiting for that Ali. Slowly falling, though. That is the most important factor here. Can they find Ali, eliminate him, so they can send EBRs through the 3 line?
We'll have to wait and see. Ali down towards a 1-shot here. 264 HP separating him from the grave, from the garage. Now, Aisani being sent in here. We can see White Rock, the first line of defense for W here. EBR in one of the, I guess, not really that much stand-up bushes. Aisani not getting spotted for this one here. Now your External starting to peek from A6 in his 279. Is starting to take HE damage as well, but has a pretty good position actually to shoot on towards the 260s. And the thing being that the Eskongs from the back here, for example, Trandorf, that is a lot of distance for the APCR shell to cover. So it's going to be arriving at the 279 with less penetration value. That being said, though, External also starting to take damage, not really trading well because that must be an immense amount of HE flying his way.
Yeah, but he's already basically lowered the HP of these 260 so much that they're useless.
Yeah, they're just stuck there now. And they're going to need a step team to bail them out, but I don't really see that happening as for now, because something we haven't really mentioned yet, the HP in this game, firmly in favor of a W, 6.5k. And yes, Ali is low, but I don't think that matters.
3 minutes, man. It's and already the 260s pushing the 7-8 line are spotted. I think they're just going there potentially to create different angles on those 279s from W at A6, so they can't peek anymore. Ali's sitting in a tree, D-spotted. Didn't even get out-spotted by the EBR.
Yep. So he's just, chilling there. Sunny now getting spotted in that EBR. Lucchino, the same thing for him. Takes a huge amount of damage as well. And Sunny simultaneously down towards 122. So the two prime assets for Goldfish here being the two EBRs, both of them reduced to mere slithers of HP, 435. That's basically a 50-50 for a lot of the tanks on the enemy team. So he can't be offensive either, especially since White Rock is still full HP. So, yeah, Goldfish... I mean, it's going from bad to worse currently for them.
It's good. They were missing that tank to crossfire the 279 for the longest time, actually. Now they're sending in Sunny, but like it's a little too late at this point. Ali finally falling. Sunny going to the right side of the road there is actually dodging White Rock altogether, but it doesn't matter. Like the time, man. Okay, sure, you could come back from this deficit, by the way. You 100% could come back from this deficit, but you don't have the time for it.
Oh, so the tanks now in A3 getting spotted here. This is going to signal to White Rock that Sunny has made it very far. He does spot him. He does get shot down by Uzek. So one of the two EBRs, one of the two very crucial tanks for Goldfish that are remaining, being removed from the round. And yes, Frugo, the Polish Diamond, taking a lot of damage currently, but little is it going to matter because the HP that W have in favor for themselves is just a humongous amount. And Goldfish, they do not have the assets anymore with which to spot the tanks for W. They have one singular EBR remaining, Lucchino, but look where he is. It's somewhere in the 6th line, somewhere lost in translation, trying to find other spots for his team here, but it's not going to matter. The Goldfish tanks seemingly disoriented, disjointed. Rishek being forced down into the water, but at this point in time...
I think he's going on an adventure because he knows the game is over.
Yeah, he has packed his things, and he's... well, going somewhere. Not sure that is the adventure he was going for. Non-penetration HE coming out from Lucchino that takes one to the face as well. Rishek getting shut down. But with 20 seconds remaining, it's going to be a gruesome day for Goldfish. It's going to be 0-7 in the November Clan Showdown, and W, a very strong team that didn't have a good group stage, just wiping the floor with Goldfish 3-0.
Yeah, this was... they took way too... like, they needed to kill Ali so they can take EBRs and clear 2-line. It doesn't really matter what the cost is at that point. The cost is irrelevant. They had to kill Ali, and then they used their double full HP EBR. First of all, they were missing the tank in those buildings where the 260 was to begin with to counter the 279s. It's kind of standard to get there something at some point. And then if they kill Ali, they can move through the 2-line. On the right side of the road, clear the EBR, everybody's aiming, kill the first EBR, trade, because you know the other EBR is on the other side. And then you can outspot them and you use the double STRV, but the double STRV was doing nothing this game.
Indeed, and this means that Goldfish are going to be eliminated, coming from the upper bracket and just getting shot down first by Envil, now by W here. And I mean, they had some interesting stuff going into Cliff, but that at the end of the day, that doesn't win you rounds. And W just showing why they are a force to be reckoned with. Even though they did not have a good group stage, they certainly had a good showing now here. Congratulations to them, first of all, to staying alive here and doing so in pretty convincing fashion. Because especially during that first Cliff round, I think a lesser team might actually be faltering to the pressure, but W just showing what they're made of here, staying alive to fight another day. That other day is actually going to be tomorrow, because tomorrow on Sunday we are going to have day 2 of the November Clan Showdown. We're going to have the grand finals at the very end of it. But that being said and done, I think that is quite enough from the two of us. Let's head over to the analysts. Let's head over to Insane and Octo and see what they have to say.
Well, thanks a lot, Keyhand, and that's it for the day 1 of the November Clan Showdown Finals. Like you mentioned, we have seen very one-sided matches today, Octo, and that one was one of those W taking the victory 3-0 against Goldfish, and I think it's pretty safe to say that we're going to be left with the 4 best teams in this tournament, and we have some very interesting matches for tomorrow. Winners bracket finals, Aurora against Envil, and in the losers bracket, Penguins against W. What do you think about those ones?
So starting off in the losers bracket, it should be a good matchup because Penguins' player skill is pretty good, but I would say their strategy, maybe calling, has not been on par with W, so I think that match should be close, but I think W will take it based off strategy, reaction calling. And then Aurora, Envil just looked a lot stronger than Aurora, but tomorrow's a whole different day, so who knows what will occur there.
I mean, Aurora, in the past tournaments, they have proven that they can beat anyone. They are probably not the strongest team, but they are super consistent. They always manage to, at the very least, get very close matches against any of those teams, and they have proven that they can beat any. Envil, Penguins, even W now that is one of those upcoming talented teams. They can definitely do it, so I'm going to be very interested to see how it's going to be going against Envil, and of course it's going to depend a lot on the pick and bans. Penguins against W, finals of the losers bracket, once again a BO5, so this is gonna be depending a lot on the first map between those two teams. But like you mentioned, I feel like W will have the edge tactic-wise, but Penguins, they have that skill and that experience, and we really have to take that in consideration. But that being said, Octo, we could probably take a look at the replays to see what happened between Goldfish and W for the last match of the day, as we were starting on Cliff. And you could see Goldfish was on the attack, W was on the defense, and Goldfish went for the heal play with the tanks going around, and W, they had some pretty good reaction against it.
Yeah, so initially the Goldfish tanks are going to take all the way down to around J6. Yeah, you see it here. They're going to shoot the W tanks going up the hill. And this makes W take the north side, the enemy's side.
So yeah, like you mentioned, what's interesting to say is that W is reacting accordingly. Goldfish is pushing the south, so they're going to push over the middle and they're going to push over the north. And this position from the STAV was pretty forced to drop because he couldn't play A5 anymore. No coverage in the 1-2 lines whatsoever, so that allowed W to establish some great positions. They were on defense, they didn't have to chase those Goldfish tanks, and they did great overall, good reaction, and that's exactly what we want to see from them.
Yeah, it was really good for them to take the north there because they just had to hold the JK line. And now Goldfish is defending. They decided to go full middle.
Yeah, I mean, for the second round, we could see that Goldfish went for the mid push. They had essentially their full team over the middle, double CS around the hill, 1 CS over the 1-2, and W was pretty much ready for that. Look at YOLO even managing to stay alive for so long on the middle on that top ramp. All of those things in the back, you could see the double BZ, the double 907 to 60 actually, and the repush actually happening in a great moment, because you could see that Goldfish, they didn't establish much control of the mid, they didn't establish any HP advantage. Perfect reaction for the side of W on their attack there, and have to say it was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, the holding an E3 there, they're kind of keeping people from overpeaking from F6, the hill. Then they're going to kill the CS in A6 and just hold from there. With this G3 guy, they're just able to clean up Goldfish's tanks with angles. It's sort of was like the previous game, the way they played north. Mm-hmm. So worked out just in W's favor. I don't think Goldfish necessarily had a bad strat idea, but they just didn't react as well as W for both of these battles.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you had also that 260 playing around that G3 position, having hold the crossfire on the mid, so good stuff for W. And then the final round between those two teams, this time W was on the defense, Goldfish on the attack, and it didn't look that bad with this initial movement of the 5-6 line, but there is something missing in this tactic from Goldfish. Yes, you push over the 5-6 line, yeah, you try to push back Itox, but what about Halley in his 279 in the 4 line? That is actually alive. You have to take him out in the process, you have to overpick with all of those tanks on the mid, and you could see that W, they managed to take so much lead, so much advantage regarding the HP, and at the end Goldfish, they didn't have much time left, 2 minutes, they tried to make it work, pushing over the 3 line over the 5-6, but it was just not enough time and not enough HP to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth noting the first tank to die in this battle happened at like a minute 48, so the reactions were just really slow. They needed to, you know, maybe work out the 9 line, maybe but you know, as we know, we can see the tanks in A3, so it's kind of, if you do this, then it works out, but they just couldn't do anything. Like you said, they poke E4 to kill Ali immediately. They didn't do that. Now they're doing this 9 line push late instead of early on. It just didn't work out for them.
Well, good stuff from W, I have to say. That's something we expected from them, and we really wanted to see what they would bring for that match. But we can probably take a look once again to recap the bracket. As we said before, those replays, they will have a great challenge tomorrow because they will be playing against Penguins. That's one of the losers bracket match, BO5. We also have the finals of the winners bracket, Aurora against Envil, which is going to be a very interesting one. Aurora played pretty solid against Penguins today, I have to say. But is it enough for Envil? I'm not sure. We'll find out tomorrow. Maybe have a favorite for that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think Envil showed that they had weaknesses when they played Goldfish.
Yeah.
That Sand River defense, the Cliff games, sort of the initial being better for them than it was for Goldfish. So I would say that even though the match was heavily in Envil's favor, I would say that they showed weakness, and Aurora might be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely. So 4 teams left, 4 matches tomorrow to cover. The last one being the grand final, which is going to be the only BO9 of this entire tournament. I think Octo for today, that's pretty much it. Will be starting tomorrow at the exact same time, 16 CEST. So make sure to tune in to see who's going to take the victory for that November Clan Showdown finals. And maybe you have one last word, one thing to say to the viewership to get on that stream tomorrow to see who's going to take it.
I mean, you get to see the finals and you get to have some pretty cool drops, so make sure you come and watch tomorrow.
Well, we wish you a pleasant night and we hope to get to see you tomorrow. Have a great one.